Oh, that's right.
I
How
went.
the fuck did it take 90 minutes, though?
So I went when I had a 2-hour break between clients, and I was like, "Oh, this will only take like 30 minutes, and I'll get home with plenty of time to like eat something before my next patient." I was done 15 minutes before my client, and I was 20 minutes away without traffic. I got there 20 minutes into the session, apologized profusely, and like did a truncated session with the person.
Oh.
It
I mean, I
was
know it takes longer to cut curly hair, but damn. That's insane.
the longest haircut I've ever had, and I was falling asleep.
They like being very talkative as they cut or something, or
Oh no, it was just the guy focusing, which I kind of like appreciated. But it's good to see you guys.
All right, guys. We ready for this?
Let's go.
Oh.
How much Kippen are we getting this?
Panic.
all the DMs in a new room.
Oh, no, same room. I got a new desk. Finally.
Yeah, you mentioned something about that.
Oh.
Yeah. I finally got a new desk that's not like abnormally tall, so I'm not having to like upend it. But yeah, so I swapped it to the. It doesn't matter. The same room, but
New
Same
backdrop
room,
is
different
all.
angle.
yeah,
Same room, different angle.
different
Okay.
angle.
I
All
mean,
right.
depth is the most important thing in the room, furniture-wise.
All right, so last time on Princes of Apocalypse,
Panic.
doing this by memory. So you guys did a lot last week. Essentially, you guys started out basically planning a funeral for Kendra. That wound up occurring, and then some really touching moments with that. You guys wound up trying to do a little bit more shopping, took a long rest, and then found out there was a market going on, a local like farmers / flea market that happens once a month in Red Larch. All the local areas kind of come in, local farmers, sellers from even like Waterdeep, Yartar, Belliard, that place you guys just cannot get to. They all seem to kind of, come here knowing people from all over kind of come just to browse and see what's new on the market. I think someone had mentioned last week in this realm, the Forgotten Realms, like there's so many magical items, things out there that people are finding that have been forgotten about. Like magic has recently returned. So
Yep.
things are, people don't necessarily know what they are, which is what you ran into with one of them. With Kippen. One of the merchants, she had no idea what she actually was selling you. Just vague idea, and sometimes what you're getting can be really powerful. Sometimes it can be good powerful. Sometimes it can be really dangerous.
Sometimes it could be glass.
Exactly. It could be glass. Like there's just so many unknowns in this realm. So you guys attended the market. You did a little shopping, a little bit of sleight of hand stealing, and met some new characters, merchant sellers, personalities. Saw some lot of familiar faces, and essentially at that point, or at some point during the market, you guys, as you were leaving, Nina noticed a familiar face that she had been watching out for. The cellarer that had worked at the Helmet High Sun, the local tavern in Red Larch. And you guys wound up basically cornering him. 3 and Nina cornered him, interrogated him. He revealed that he was trying to get out of town, and really rose suspicion in you that something was about to go down. Something did go down. However, it never came to fruition because Flick, in her ingenious way, found out a way to circumvent what was about to occur in Red Larch at that moment. And so, with everything seemingly safe from Flick's idea, the group regathered The individual you had interrogated, no one knows where they're at. No one really went back to look for them.
I did.
Well, you had mentioned to Liam that you were asking him where he was. Because I
Oh.
rewatched it.
Okay.
it. And you were asking him, where's the guy or whatever. So, as Liam was walking away from you, you were asking where the prisoner was.
He's currently underwearless.
Flick and Nina had gathered in the middle. Liam, I think you were walking towards that area in the middle of the town, the crossroads. Rowan, you had started to run off to look for possibly more of the boxes, per Flick's warning. And panic had started to ensue with all of these influx of people that had come into town. Per your warnings. So as we come back, Flick and Nina, you guys are still near the box. Liam, where were you headed?
That is a very good question.
Can we see the map, please?
Yes. I was heading back to everyone.
Okay.
Oh, wait, we don't have the map up.
Yep.
Oh. No.
Ooh, we have a grid now.
Very small grid.
Yes, you're going to have to zoom in. I tried to do a little bit more work on it, but
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yes, it is.
Just as a note, I'm secretly hoping that orb summoned something that just got summoned and very confused in the middle of the astral plane.
Well, there's not a lot of orbs in D&D, so I have 3 ideas of what it could be. None of which are summonings.
That's where I had mentioned that I was going to head south.
where were you headed, Rowan?
Just directly south on the path.
Okay, great.
I was heading back to the prisoner because I wanted to intimidate them.
Okay.
Not interrogate them.
Okay.
I've already intimidated them by stealing all their money and their underpants. aside
So
from
let
what
me
they're
move both of you. So you guys were more near where you had done the battle, which was kind of in this area. Actually, let me move. Put us on. Oh, good. We're already there. Okay. So, Liam, you were headed back towards the other. 3, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go try to find the guy I put in a hole.
Okay, so both you and Liam are headed towards that.
Yes.
Still not happy that the priest got killed,
Okay.
because that would have been good information.
Okay, so you guys are headed back to look towards there. As you guys get towards the hole, you are starting to notice you're having to push through people and kind of circumvent because people are panicking. There are dead bodies on the ground. Fights have ensued. This is normally a peaceful type of an event and family event. Lots of people here. And someone has been screaming that everyone needs to run. Several people now are screaming everyone needs to run. So people are just kind of going every which way at this point. You guys start to hear it. Rowan, what are you doing?
So I had walked up to Flick, saw that she was near the chest, didn't know what happened, thought she had the bomb under containment, and just started sprinting south of the road to see if I could find another box.
Okay. Make me a perception check.
That'll be a 5.
Okay. As you're running, you're just having difficulty starting to get through the people. It's weird, the amount of people just kind of scrambling back and forth. You're starting to see carriages that are coming together, horses driving. galloping past, some with outriders. It's becoming very chaotic scene, and you're struggling to start moving through the throngs. Flick and Nina, what are you two doing?
I think Flick was sitting on the chest, right? Still just kind of resting. So Nina's just kind of like, as people are running by, just kind of like shoving them back and pushing them as she's just like trying to keep them away from Flick in the chest. But she's still just like, what the fuck just happened?
I can't say for sure, but something bad was about to happen, and now it's happening somewhere far from here.
Well, how did you do that? How did you manage that?
Well, I had to sacrifice my bag.
Oh,
Very far from here.
oh. Well,
I'm
that
going
was
to be
quick
using
thinking.
the box for it.
What did you say?
I'm going to be using this box for a little bit.
I think that's a fair trade. I'm gonna go check for the others, see if there's one further up, and I guess I'll start like pushing my way north. And again, as people are like running, if they're in my way, she's just like shoving them back, just being like, "Move! Get out of the way!"
Okay. Liam and 3.
East.
You guys both arrive at the area where the prisoner had been. And you notice the blood stain in the dirt. And there's no body there anymore. You see Scrabble marks. It was only 5 feet tall, 5 feet deep, anyways. But
Yeah.
there's still. It looks like you can see almost scratch marks in the dirt, like someone dragged themselves out, and blood marks along the dirt. And then, as you kind of, 3, you especially, you kind of trail it a bit and follow it for a little ways, and then it just completely disappears.
Oh,
No.
that's not suspicious.
Trail that you see otherwise. Then again, it's really hard to determine in the throngs of people and the footprints that are now kind of going over it with the throngs of people. Rowan? As you're heading further south, you feel a tug on your arm. And you turn and look, and you see a familiar face. That I have to look up the name because I totally forgot the name.
Is it the fisherman?
Yes,
Fisherman.
Durgan.
Durgan. Of course.
You see Durgan there, and he has like your bicep gripped. And you see concern in his eyes. And he looks up off into the distance and nods his head that way before he lets go. And he just like almost disappears into the crowd.
What direction did he kind of nod?
South.
Like directly south, southeast, southwest, or
Pretty much just south down the road.
having felt him do that and kind of having this sense that he knows something, I'm gonna trust and just continue to head straight south, just pushing aside anyone in the crowd.
Make me an athletics or acrobatics if you're trying to push or gently circumvent around people.
Okay. 18.
Okay. You are able to make your way through people. People just kind of naturally, as they're panicking and scrambling, they seem to sense your presence and the sense of self that you carry with you, this presence, and they kind of circle around you almost as you walk down the middle of this road. You see far off in the distance 2 figures, very far off in the distance. Like, it's really hard for you to see over all the tops of the heads of these people, but they're almost on a hill side, like top, outside of Red Larch. You can't make anything else really out other than that, as like just horses, and you hear carriages starting to go by. Anything else you want to do?
It's almost like I have an instinct that there's something important about them. I'm going to continue pushing south, scanning for any other chests, but continuing to move towards the edge of town in the south, as if I'm heading towards those figures.
Okay. So we'll say you probably make it to about to here for now.
Okay.
Liam and 3.
Yes.
What are you guys doing in this moment?
Well, since I've very effectively made Liam upset twice now, I'm going to ask him. Don't know how much of a smartass I'm going to sound like when I ask it, but I'm going to ask, can I fill up the hole now? Pointing to the 5 by 5 by 5 hole in the ground.
Why are you focused on filling it in?
Because someone could fall in it and get hurt. There's a lot of people running around.
Shouldn't we keep it open for tracking?
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Let's keep it open. We might find something together.
As you guys are having this conversation, you see a blur cross your vision, and suddenly you see a body fall into the pit, and you just hear a ugh, and look down and see just a semi-aged man in the ground, overalls, just looking completely confused as they cough a bit and then look around, crawl up, and continue running.
That should not be taken as any indicator that we should fill it in. We leave it. Let's go.
Okay. Then I will... The blood suddenly stops, you said.
Yes.
Are there any... What is it? Are there any doors near where the blood had stopped? You said that it was hard to tell because it's started to be trampled on by the people. But if there's any doors, windows, or anything that they could have climbed on, I'm going to look around for it.
Make a survival check.
Oh boy. I haven't had to do one of those yet. That is an 18.
Okay. You are having difficulty. However, the amount of blood that was coming out of this person, Flick put some good healing power into them and some good bandaging on them. But they had a lot of blood caked on them. And up until the point that it disappears, it's like little puddles of it. Even though the footprints are stamping around it, it literally looks like the body just disappeared from there. Whether it was picked up, whether it flew off, whether it just disappeared into the ether, you're not sure.
We'll look up.
Okay.
Any indication that they could have gone up? Or is there blood on a roof? Is there... Because if they just magically teleported out of there, that's a problem.
You look up into the air, You don't see anything really. It was a fairly gray, cloudy day.
Shit.
And
Should have been a Feywalker.
I mean, you just see a spare bird here and there, the typical things you would see in the air for the most part.
Well, this is unfortunate. I will turn back to Liam and say, well, the trail ends here. Through my knowledge, he has disappeared.
What's around us right now? What's around that spot? I mean,
Throngs of people
are we by
moving.
buildings? Are we by anything?
I mean, there's a couple buildings where you're at, like homes and such.
How close are we to the spot?
To where the body was picked up?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move you to right about where it was. Right about there.
Oh, well then.
Right by the
This
Dragon.
is where you guys put the hole,
Yes.
and then
Yes.
he literally just dragged himself down there.
Well, with all the chaos going on right now, I doubt there would be anyone in this building, so I'm gonna walk in.
Gonna just, not forcefully, but lightly, put a hand on his shoulder like, are we going to do something unlawful?
It's a matter of perspective. Is it unlawful to find someone who may have been kidnapped?
Okay, just checking.
And let's go.
So you're headed into the yard of this building or into the building itself?
Into the building itself.
This large one?
Yep.
Okay.
And I will follow behind, because why not?
You guys are
Yes.
very familiar with this building. You spent some
not.
time here. Oh, 3, you are not. Liam, you are very familiar with this building.
Kendra was unfamiliar.
This
Enter what I hated.
is this is Whalevern's Wagon Works,
Oh yeah, I remember
where you had spent
Yep.
some time
how there was
trying to find out some information. Yeah. Where Kendra was
Accosted.
accosted.
Actually harassed.
Yeah. Harassed. And Liam almost murdered a man. And yeah, so you're very familiar with this building.
I'm sorry, my speakers are having a lot of like weird feedback and it's driving me bonkers. That's why I keep muting myself. I'm trying to like fix them, but also smacking them so that they work.
Okay.
These are like 10-year-old speakers though, so I should probably start investing in new ones.
You're okay.
I
But
can send you a pair.
let's go in. We've always wanted to know what was going on here, or at least I have, and I'm assuming with all the chaos, they might not notice a, I guess, Batman-esque figure sneak in.
Oh no, we're Batman and Robin.
Okay.
It's more like Batman and Catwoman.
So you guys are headed in the building itself or in the backyard?
I'm following Liam. That's all I have to say.
What was that?
Are you headed through like the back into the back area, the back work area and through the back, or are you headed around through the front?
I mean, it'd be rude not to go in through the front door.
Okay, so the front's around the side that Rowan's kind of currently at.
Oh, we're just gonna go in through the back.
Yep.
Okay. So you guys will essentially kind of hop the fence and make your
Cool.
way through the back.
Let's roll some stealthy stealth, because this does not feel like a lawful action.
Property.
Okay, so you guys are trying to be sneaky about it?
I definitely am.
I mean, I'm as sneaky as I can be, but I'm also just sort of like traipsing in.
Well,
Are you
I
at
rolled
Chaotic
15
swagger.
hit points?
Excuse me?
Are you really at 15 hit points?
Yeah, I'm looking at what I had on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, okay.
I had it at 15 before, so I updated it because I guess it didn't get updated on Roll20.
Okay.
I got a 16 for stealth.
Oh,
Okay.
we're rolling stealth. Okay.
I am.
Yes. I think it's,
Yeah, he's probably at 15 because they were the ones who got in the fight.
Yeah, I just finished it.
with all the chaos, wouldn't it be like a roll with advantage?
You just don't want to use a lucky die, don't you?
I mean,
He's out.
Am I?
I think you used all of them.
Oh yeah, I'm out for the day. I mean, I rolled a 17. So it didn't matter. I was just wondering.
Yeah. No, there's so much chaos going on. There's so much screaming and rushing around. Um, people really don't care that you are hopping a fence at this point.
Oh, sweet. All right. Well, wagons.
Okay. So yeah, you see a bunch of half-made wagons, wagon parts just kind of everywhere. There are things strewn about. There's really, it doesn't seem like there's any kind of order to this business in the backyard where they're making them. And it actually looks like maybe things have kind of fallen to the wayside a bit. Looks like there's quite a few things that Liam, you especially would notice. Things look very similar to what you had seen the last time you were here.
They probably all got arrested.
So, why did we hop the fence?
Sorry,
Yep.
I'm making notes. You'd think that a busy business building wagons for people to take and travel would have a little bit more, I guess, traffic.
You're implying that they are using this as a cover.
I am implying that maybe there's more to them meets the eye. And let's go in.
Okay. Inside we go.
Does Liam not remember what we did there?
Not at all. It's been a year.
I remember.
We busted them, and pretty sure everyone who worked there was involved in the cult that was happening below the town.
Yeah, and there was that shed that had that could go underground to the chambers and all that shit.
Well, let's see what else is in there. Maybe the guy was picked up by someone in here.
Okay. So you head towards the back door. It's almost like more barn doors that you can push open. And it's already like a little ways open, you've noticed. Like easy enough for you guys to slip inside without any issue. When you head into the large area, the chaos of the crowds outside seem to muffle a little bit. And for the first time in the last like 20 minutes, it seems a little peaceful. And there's no movement in this building except just gentle dust and sawdust. No sunlight really hitting it from the outside, but just natural light coming through. You do hear a sound off to the side, and you see the familiar form, Liam, of a small halfling. Not the full form, just the legs hanging over the edge of one of the wagons, and then the body laying flat.
I will walk up to it and see what's going on.
How do you do that?
Quietly. I don't want to give anything away in case it might be someone that is dangerous.
Okay. So.
But I've got like the death dagger in hand.
Okay. So you are sneaking up towards this person, dagger out. 3, what are you doing?
Watching Liam possibly kill a man with my hand on my hand on the dragon sword.
Okay. Liam, you
Ready.
creep up to this individual, this halfling, with the legs just hanging off a half-made wagon. And you see basically a splayed out are like laid back in this wagon, arms like akimbo, one hand holding a nearly empty bottle, and Stanor Thistlehair just laying there, eyes closed, snoring loudly.
This is the guy that we did the drinking competition with, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. It's been a while.
Mhm.
Interesting. So he's no threat. He's drunk as all hell. Okay.
What do you mean? It's probably been like 4 or 5 days.
Huh. Well, I wanna look around the building. See if there's anything that's been, aside from Thistle Hair over here, if there's anything that's been recently touched. Like, let's see if any dust has been disturbed, or if there's any like papers we can find.
Okay, make an investigation check.
And I currently have no luck, much to the DM's pleasure.
I'm gonna be looking for something else. I'm gonna be looking for if there's any rats.
That's a 13.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an investigation as well, 3.
That's an 8.
Okay. Liam, you are looking around the place. As far as you can tell, I mean, everything looks fairly similar to the last time you saw it. There are, it looks like a few more bottles here and there. It does look like some work has been done. This place was pretty unkempt the first time you were here to begin with. It didn't seem like the previous owner had been very good at keeping things orderly and such. It seems even more so now. But it does look like a little bit of work has been done. There's kind of tools here and there. In fact, next to Stanor, there's a hammer close to the hand, not holding a bottle, the over half empty bottle. 3, you don't see any rats that you can immediately in your peripheral.
I was hoping there were, because then I could just talk to them and ask them if there was anyone who entered the building before us.
You're a little surprised, especially in this unkempt area, that there's not more rats. But it seems like any kind of food source has mostly already been consumed. All that you see really around are kind of bottles and misery.
That's not good.
Okay.
This guy seems really sad.
Probably our fault.
We're going to jump to Nina and Flick. What are you guys doing?
There's not much I can do if I have to leave everything in a box in the middle of the road.
You guys are in the middle of just north of the main crossroads through Red Larch.
We're gonna do our best to pick up this box and get it over to the Swinging Sword Inn.
Okay.
And I was trying to remember the name of the proprietress, but apparently I didn't have it in my notes for some reason.
Kaylessa?
Kaylessa, that's it. Just gonna try to, head to the inn and flag Kaylessa down.
Okay, so you guys are, Nina, are you headed towards the inn as well?
Nina had started to head north to see, similarly what Rowan was doing, if there were any boxes. But if Flick needs help, like if Flick would ask for help, she would come back, I think. But if not, she'll just keep going north to look for similar chests.
Go ahead, we should spread out and search. I can get this to safety for now.
Okay. And
Okay.
so I'll just keep heading up north.
Okay, so you are headed north to look for more boxes. Make me a perception check.
That did not roll. Is even worse. That is a 3.
Okay. You are struggling to get through the people. Normally, this is such a small town. You've been in this town off and on. You're familiar with it. There's so many people here. This is almost like a festival type crowd, and they are all just screaming and pushing. And you're having a lot of difficulty seeing what's going on, but you continue to head north.
As I do so, I can kind of like feel my irritation growing. Like I'm getting more rough with people trying to push them out of the way, and like almost like my blood starts boiling a little bit. Um, as she just kind of keeps moving, but her eyes will start to glow just a little bit. She's not doing anything, but she's feeling like doing something. Okay, that's it for me.
Rowan, you are headed south. We're going to say you've made it to about here at this point.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I believe I'm still. My sole focus is on trying to find other chests that are sitting within the main roadway, or if I'm looking down alleyways, any sort of other chest.
Okay. Make an investigation check with disadvantage, because the amount of people now surrounding you and the wagons that are going by, it is really hard to concentrate. You're having to dodge horses and things like that.
Eight.
Okay. You are not able to, you're getting frustrated. You're not getting very far. You have this growing sense of dread, especially after your moment with Duragar. That brief connection where he looked off into the distance and you spied something going on. As you try and look out that same way, south, towards that hillside, there's so many things just going on in front of you and past you. And the sounds, you just are having difficulty concentrating. You're not going to be able to get where you're looking at this point. Anything else you want to do?
Can I, in this heat of the moment of feeling this frustration and almost this collapse of space around me, can I come to a stop and grab my amulet and close my eyes and focus on my call to help people and try to summon the wings that have happened before, that I'm not quite sure what they are, but to just say, please aid me to literally and figuratively fly above this crowd to try to be able to see what's happening.
Okay, so you are reaching out to your god?
Yes.
Okay. You grab your amulet and start to center your mind towards that. As you do, you feel all the chaos, all the panic just ensuing around you and within you as you try and look for the source. Kind of focus in and zero. And you hear a voice, a familiar voice. That voice of guidance just next to you. if you can't see what's in front of you, you need a new perspective. Use what you have. What's been given to you. And you feel your senses drawn upward. Anything else you want to do?
My focus is following that voice, going upward. I'm gonna try and basically leap off the ground, hoping it catches air, whether it does or not. Just trusting that voice of upward.
Okay. So you are jumping.
Yep. It may look ridiculous. I'm jumping randomly in the air. If I come back down, sure.
Okay. So you armor fully on, people kind of weaving around you and such. You jump into the air. For a moment, you can see those figures off in the distance. And then you drop back to the ground. And make me an athletics check. I'm sorry, acrobatics.
Acrobatics. That would be a 13.
Okay. As you come back to the ground, a horse with no rider just comes speeding past you and almost bumps you as it just is pale-mail running past. And you see it as you stumble forward slightly. You see it kind of come to a halt. It rears back, hooves in the air, comes down, and it snuffs. You see its head turn and look at you for a moment. And it turns and goes back the opposite way past you once more and starts to head north. Make a perception check. Actually, I'm sorry. Make an insight check.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You don't know animals that well, but you're very familiar with some reactions. And the reaction of this animal was scared to death, heading down, caught something, and realized where they were headed was not safer, and went back the other way. Anything else you'd like to do?
Okay, so just to clarify, they were actually originally heading south.
Yep.
Kind of passed me, reacted, 180, went back north.
Yes.
Okay. I will continue to head south, knowing that there's potential danger ahead because of this reaction.
Okay. Flick, you are headed towards the inn. You head towards the doors. You are easily able to slip inside. There's a few people in there. Most of them seem to be going about gathering their things and then trying to scurry past you. You're looking for Kaylessa?
Yes.
Okay. You don't see her scurrying about. It seems you do see a couple other workers, but if you spend a couple minutes kind of looking around or even asking one of the other workers, they would mention to you she was at the market today. And so, yeah, she is not there.
We'll get the chest up to my room
Okay.
and go out the window and up on the roof for a better vantage.
Okay.
Just want the chest with all of my stuff in it somewhere secure.
Okay. So you are headed towards
I
the roof.
can't carry all that much with the bag of holding.
Okay. So you are on the roof. What are you doing up there?
I'm guessing the Swinging Sword Inn is one of the taller buildings in town.
Yes.
We're gonna try to, even using Spider Pot to fly further up in the air, try to see if there's anything interesting of note, if there's suspicious activity, anything in the streets that doesn't look like people panicking.
Okay. Make
Trying to
me
get a vantage
a
of what might be around.
perception check.
Perception. 22.
Okay. With Spider Pot's help, as they fly and float up high above you, you can see through them. Far to the south, two figures standing there. It's really difficult from where you're at to make out anything. But amidst the bustle and everything else going on, these are like the two stationary things you see there alone that are out of place. Other than that, there's just movement activity all over Red Larch at this point.
Can I make out any of my companions in that direction? I know Rowan was headed that way.
Yeah, you do see Rowan headed south, and you don't see Three and Liam. If you happen to look north as you're scanning, you do see Nina struggling through the throngs, getting shoved back and forth as she struggles to move her way north.
I will send Spider-Pot after Nina to try to get her attention that there's something to the south, and we'll start, I guess, trying to move south across the rooftops.
Okay.
Until we get to the big main road that I probably won't be able to jump over.
Okay. So, Nina, as you're struggling through, you feel a presence suddenly come right next to you. And as you turn, you see the familiar small little pot with little legs on it just dangling there in the air.
My immediate reaction is it's like some sort of like surge or something like that. So I go to like swat and I'm like, oh, sorry. What?
I mean, it is the size of like a cooking pot. If you slapped your hand against it, it probably would hurt.
Yeah, no, she probably does that, but what?
It's, just gonna kind of trail about and point towards the south. It doesn't have the capability of speaking.
That way?
That's a capability of screeching.
All right. And I'll turn around and start heading back.
Okay. Three and Liam.
I'm gonna offer Liam some healing since he doesn't look too good.
I'll take it.
Alright. I'm gonna summon the big cat as my healing spirit. That is my last second level spell slot, but who needs them anyway?
Now I was looking at mine, I was like, oh, cool. No 3-level spell slots.
It can heal 1 plus my spellcasting modifier, so I can heal you 3 times, so that's 3d6s.
You privileged mages in your higher level spell slots.
Or
I got a second level slot. I'm happy for it.
so that's
I've just
okay.
got knives.
I summon my spirit cat He goes up and nuzzles against you, and you have gained 10 HP.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! It's not much, but it's something.
I mean, I think my max is 33, and I'm at 25 now.
Awesome.
So, okay.
Good.
Well, it doesn't look like there's anything really here, so
Go pet the cat before it goes away.
might as well head out and try to catch up with everyone else.
Do
Okay.
you want to use the front door this time?
Not only am I going to use the front door, I'm going to kick it down.
Well, that seems rather rude.
It's probably like a barn door since they got to get carts out of there.
Well,
Nope.
the front door feels like a normal door.
You head towards the front door, and Liam, now feeling a bit more vigorated after getting a little bit more healing and such, some of your wounds closing up, the stings lessening. You walk up to that door and just kick it. I'm not even going to make you roll for it. And you kick at it. It swings open. 3, you kind of glance back at the halfling who doesn't react whatsoever. And you guys
Alright.
head out the front door, seeing the throngs of people scatter past.
Go walk outside and follow him then. Wow, being passive behind Liam instead of being active near him is going a lot better.
Yep.
Maybe you shouldn't kill the people he's trying to talk to.
Well, I didn't know. Do you really think I could hear something from 800 feet away or 600 feet away?
Yes.
What kind of monster do you think I am?
I don't know.
We're figuring that out still.
All right, so you guys head out towards the road. Which way are you headed?
I don't know. I just walked outside, man.
I'm gonna.
There's just a lot happening.
Yes.
I'm gonna get on a wagon.
I'm gonna head to the four way split and start heading west. That seems like a good direction to go. West.
Okay, so you're headed that way?
Yes.
From my vantage point, I'm going to look around for my companions.
Spider would probably be visible since it's above the crowd. Even if it's following Nina at the moment.
I feel like 3's only thing he's got going for him is his sight.
Okay. All right, so 3, you hop up onto a wagon and start looking for your familiar faces. Liam, you just, without even looking back, you start heading into the crowd and trying to make your way west down the road. Flick and Nina, you happen to spot the familiar head of Liam as they are starting to head west, but do you flag him down? Do you say anything, or just kind of keep heading towards south?
He looks pretty determined, so we'll let him do it.
All right. Rowan.
Nina would probably scream for Liam, but I don't know that she would be heard over all the chaos. So, I don't know. Up to you if you want to
Well,
roll with that.
Liam, make a perception check.
She's just going to say his name. That's it. So,
Well, just for a heads up, my passive perception's 14,
Mm-hmm.
in case that helps. But
I want you to do it at disadvantage, though,
Ooh, okay.
It's just loving that you have no luck.
because of
That-
everything going on.
It's a 10, and that is a 5.
Nice!
Okay.
It was a natural 1, by the way.
Oh.
Okay. So you're hearing a lot of voices going on. You're just determined to head south or west.
Nina probably got like elbowed in the stomach by someone running by, so it came out like, Liam, like just.
Yes. Yes.
Who is screaming out freedom?
All right.
No, it's a
Funny you
revolution.
should say that. That's the name of the rogue in my other campaign.
Rowan, what are we doing?
Still continuing to head directly south.
Okay.
We're trying to catch up to Rowan. At least Flick is.
Okay. So We'll say you make your way down near the crossroads where the road that heads west heads towards the quarry, and the road that heads east heads back, kind of wraps around, and then can head back towards where the market goes, or back up.
There you go.
Anything?
Even though I'm at a crossroads, I feel drawn to still head south towards, basically towards where I saw the figures, scanning in between, as I go, but that's still where theoretically my end destination would be.
Okay. As you are trying to make your way down through there, at this point in the road, near the crossroads, it kind of dips a little where the roads interconnect, and you're finding it even more difficult to see past everything. And you're not quite sure if you even see them anymore. Roll me a perception check.
12.
Okay. You are really struggling to see anything at this point, where you had originally been headed. And as you continue south, you are just almost going with some of the throng of people. Most of them trying, it seems, to head out of town. But you seem to have lost sight of the horizon line where you thought you saw the two people. There's just too much going on.
So even though I've lost that perspective, I will kind of, as I'm moving, kind of grip my amulets and just kind of more travel by gut than sight, where I just feel drawn to continue to go south. And that's what I do.
Okay. You grip that amulet again. And it seems silent for the moment. And for a brief, in between the screams of the people and the hurried cries of people and the stomping of hooves and feet, you hear the commanding tone. Use what we give you, or let it go. That's it. Three, you see Nina and Flick starting to make their way south as they are past the crossroads at this point, headed south. Anything, are you wanting to join up with them?
Yeah, sure. Fuck it.
Okay.
Just looking around. Oh, there they are. Hi.
Great. I think Flick's seen something. Spider Pot's telling me to go south. Pointing me to go south.
There's
Oh.
something going on just outside of town, and Rowan seems to be headed there too.
Oh. Well, all right. Thought we were just going to rob a store, but now this is going interesting.
Why are you
Why are
robbing
you
a store
robbing a
at a time
store?
like this? Did Liam put you up to this?
I was following Liam, yes.
I never said that we're not done. We're done robbing stores.
You're also not there anymore.
This is true. This is just metagaming.
I was very convinced we were going to rob someplace, but we did not. We saw a drunk man and we left. Oh, by the way, our captive in the hole is gone.
Thought he was dead.
I made sure he wasn't dead. What did you do to him?
I went
just-
back in the.
Made him really scared.
Tied him up, took his underwear, or the underwear that he had when he was leaving, and whatever gold he had. You know, normal stuff.
Well, there was blood, a trail, and then the trail ended. Now there's nothing but a hole that people are falling into. That Liam also had told me to not cover.
Surprised he didn't leave pamphlets in the hole.
I should have.
They'd have been a captive audience.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with them.
Aw.
Liam's
Shh.
a big boy. He can handle himself wherever the hell he's going.
We saw him headed west.
Oh. Should I go get him?
He seemed pretty determined. I'm not sure.
Just for reference, guys, I wasn't determined. I was just figured that was the direction to go.
I'm just gonna.
In general, I saw
Yeah.
Rowan go south on the map and you guys up north, and I was like, hey, no one's going west. Let's check west.
Just gonna go with Liam.
Okay.
Nice little powwow with everyone, and then go back towards Liam.
Flick will start moving pretty much full tilt to try to catch up with Rowan.
You can use your cat speed.
Nina's gonna do the same thing, but obviously a little bit slower.
Okay.
Not as quick as that kid.
Okay.
I
Both of
think
you make.
I can move up to 170 feet in a single turn if needed.
Okay. Make acrobatics checks or athletics, whichever you choose.
Ooh, I forgot I had the rope climbing now.
Both of us, or just Flick?
Yes, both of you, as you're pushing through the crowds.
17?
What was it? Acrobatics or athletics?
Yeah, either one.
All right, I'm going acrobatics, but that is a total of 6.
Okay.
So
Flick, as you are pushing through the crowds, you are very adept at this, and you are almost able to go back into your natural form as Flick naturally, like, almost circumvents and bounces off people, halfway leaping off of some of them, as some people fall, and she is able to just lithely bounce through the crowd, whereas you happen to catch out of the corner of your eye Nina, who is just getting pummeled and at one point is knocked to the ground. Nina, as you are knocked to the ground, you do take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as a rogue horse that happened to be going northward knocks into you, and you just feel a little, you bite your tongue almost, and you start to feel a little bit of blood just trickle down.
The grace of nobility.
really hope she didn't hear that.
Okay.
Looks too far down the road to even notice.
Liam, so you are headed west.
Indeed.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I don't know. Anything that's out of place, anything that, you know, catches my eye. Anything suspicious, I guess.
Okay.
Aside from all the people running around.
Yeah. Roll a perception check at disadvantage.
Ooh. Ever I wish I had luck. Okay, that's 16.
Okay.
Oh, hold on, that's the first one. That's a 10.
Okay. So, with all the movement and the screams and the voices and the clopping of feet, the movement of wagons, you, at some point, the sound is so pervasive, the movement is so in your focus, you're struggling to even remember what it is you're actually looking for. There was a guy. You guys took him down. There was a group of them. You took them down. There was blood. There was a fight. They're screaming. You started heading west. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
And thus, Liam wandered off into the sunset of the west and was never heard from again.
Walking off into the sunset.
You're trying to find something different, abnormal, but you're really struggling. 3, you break through a little bit and see Liam there looking around. Are you looking specifically for Liam, or are you looking? What are you doing? Just looking for Liam?
I was looking for Liam, yeah, but now that he's confused, I'm confused.
Okay.
What way is the wind blowing?
So both of you are kind of sitting there. You find Liam. You're both standing there like back to back, just kind of looking around, uncertain what the next step is.
Why are we standing here?
What way is the wind blowing?
The wind?
Yeah, what way is it blowing?
How are you going to check that?
I'm just gonna close my eyes and feel for it.
Okay. So you close your eyes and you turn your eye inwards as your hand grips the daggers at your side, and you feel a muffling of the world around you a bit. And you feel a slight breeze go past your face. And then it goes back the other way. And as you're gripping the dagger, you hear a slight, just almost past your ear, run. And that's it. You just hear the word run, almost like on the breeze.
Which way was it blowing?
You can't quite tell. It seemed to blow from all directions.
Damn it.
Flick and the princess were going south towards Rowan.
Well, let's go. And I'm gonna start dashing.
Okay, well, unfortunately for me, I used my racial thing, which I just looked up, and whenever the DM wants us to use the Monsters of the Multiverse stuff, because it's in book form, I'll have more uses of that eventually.
Okay, so you guys are turning and heading south then?
Yep.
Let's run.
Okay. Rowan?
Running, running, running.
I am continuing to run south.
Okay. So you continue to run south. As you are heading just past that crossroads, we'll say you make it just past. Rowan, you stop. You're not sure what makes you stop, but this sense of just dread suddenly fills you. Despite all the chaos around you, you stop where you are, and it's almost as if all sound suddenly gets sucked out of the air. And everything becomes silent.
I'll drop to my knees and kind of a heavy breathing will take over me.
Okay. You drop to your knees. And despite hearing nothing, you feel the pressure in the air change for a moment, your ears popping. And suddenly it's like a rush of air just pushes past you. Like almost like a blast of air, and your hair sweeps past your face. And you hear a rumble of thunder in the air. And with that pelting of rain suddenly hits you in the face. And as you feel the cold droplets on your face, suddenly all of the sound, everything just comes right back towards you. And the sounds of chaos and everything that had just disappeared suddenly come back. And you're on your knees and you see water, rain, heavy rain just hitting you in the face. And all the people that had been rushing past you, the horses, the wagons, they've all been kind of shoved to your left as you're facing south. And the rain hits you hard in the face, and it's cold and biting. And clouds, dark clouds, just rumble through the air, and you hear the sound of the church bell starting to ring in the distance. The screams pick up to a different level. And the rest of you as well start to feel this. All of you are starting to get soaked from rain that just out of nowhere. It was a gray, cloudy day, but suddenly this rain just is pelting the earth. And Rowan, you start to feel a rumbling in the ground. And people have kind of stopped around you for a moment as they feel this. And then they start to look towards you. The single solitary person on their knees in full armor, worriedly. What do you do?
Stand up from kneeling and take my warhammer and raise it up and then bring it down, hitting the ground, just screaming, I am here and I'm not running away. Don't know to what, but just feeling almost like another presence, just I'm not backing down.
Okay. Nina and Flick, you guys have been making your way down south as well. Flick, you've had much more success, and you were able to catch the eye of Rowan. You felt all of this happening, and you're starting to feel that rumble. And Flick, make me a perception check.
13.
Okay. Flick, you pause for a moment. You see Rowan, and you see everyone kind of pause in that brief moment before the rain and this heavy rainfall and wind starts hitting everything. And then the rumbling starts. You lean down to the ground and press a hand against it. And you get a sense that something is coming. Something is building towards you.
Any sense of direction?
What did you roll again? Was it 13?
13.
13. You feel like it is coming from your right, so from the west a bit. That is where the initial, it felt like, blast of rain and wind came from.
Would it possibly be from, the direction of the quarry?
Possibly.
What's the... How tall is this building here? So we're not going to see anything from ground level. I can't fly, so I gotta get height advantage somehow.
Yeah. That is Ironhead Arms. So I think it's a 1-story. Yeah, it's a 1-story.
What's the closest 2-story building, if any?
Oh, you know what? No. I'm sorry. No, that's a 2-story building. So you would be able to, you want to climb up on top?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you make your way up on top. As you do, you see Nina struggling her way through the crowd to make it down towards you. And as you are looking, I'm assuming towards the west.
Towards the quarry, towards the west.
Towards the quarry. Make me another perception check. This time you can do it with advantage since you are on top.
With advantage would be a 14.
Okay.
A 10 and a 2.
Okay. So you look that way and you see the crowd out that way, just starting. I'm sorry. The crowds are making their way the way they were. You see what looks like a large shadow from the quarry area. It's lower, but it seems to be taking over that entire area. And it's moving quickly, building. It's hard to make out because of the darkness of the gray day and the gray dark clouds that have overtaken the sky. But it looks like it is quickly building and moving towards the town.
Well, I'm just gonna call out to hopefully any of my party that can hear me. Whatever it is, it's coming from the quarry! Actually...
Oh, wait. Do you have thaumaturgy to make your voice boom?
I do not. I'm not a cleric.
That was thaumaturgy. My prestidigitation, too.
But... it's a very large shadow, right?
Yes.
Does it look like a distinct object that could be hit with something?
From your vantage point, it doesn't look like a singular object. It looks like a massive amount of something that is quickly building and spreading. And the throngs of people around you, especially you, Rowan, where you're at, everyone in the area seems to catch on suddenly. Something's coming. And they're starting to move. Liam and 3, what are you doing?
How far did we get when we decided to start moving south? I didn't move my token because I didn't know.
You guys are, we'll say you're just past the crossroads when you felt the impact.
Okay,
This
so
blast of rain and air. when you guys started heading back towards the yeah.
Okay, so that's bad. It's very bad. Uh, can I discern, kind of like Flick? Can I discern where it was coming from? Like the shaking in the ground.
Oh, with yours especially. Yeah. You sense it's coming from the southwest. As you guys are pushing your way, there is you're not sure how, but the panic seems to have increased with the downpour of rain and the wind now that is pushing against you, and is even more of a struggle to make it through these crowds. You hear calls of voices from bigger buildings saying, "Come on, get inside, shelter here." And people are starting to move towards that.
I'm going to uh, kind of catch up to Liam, tap his shoulder as quickly as I can to get his attention, and just start making a beeline for the quarry.
Okay. Liam, what are you doing?
Gonna follow.
Okay.
Fast. With now not only Death Dagger in my hand, but also Talon. Handy dandy Talon.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can go way farther than me because of your double dashing.
Well, let's do it.
Okay.
That'll be double dash will be 60. That'll be 120.
Okay.
Correct.
Make me acrobatics checks for both of you.
All right.
And that will be a disadvantage because the panic has increased.
Well, why'd you have to say that? Now my number's going to be less impressive.
It doesn't even matter. I rolled a 1.
Oh.
Well, I rolled a 13.
Okay. 3, as you are skimping back and forth, trying to work your way through, the crowd does seem to be parting a bit more as they're starting to head towards building, looking for shelter. This rain is starting to become a little painful with how much it's pelting you. And it is a deluge. It's even starting to become hard to even properly see. And you briefly hear a grunt behind you. And as you turn, you see Liam just get blindsided by a older man who runs full head on into him, and he is
Hold on. May I interject for a moment?
okay.
As he hits me,
Uh-huh.
I slip a pamphlet and a card into his pocket.
Make a sleight of hand check.
You might end up grabbing something you don't want.
That's a natural 20 plus 9.
All right.
Why
so
is
even
that
when you
so
fail, you
appropriate?
succeed.
Why is that so appropriate?
So Liam.
Yeah, so you get just completely shoulder checked enough that it throws you down, but you slip, like you happen to grab onto this guy's jacket as you do, and almost without even thought, slip the pamphlets inside of his pockets. And as your hand is yanked out of his, that man keeps going, you realize you have 4 gold in your hand that are not yours.
That's
Damn.
wasn't intended, but okay, I'll take it.
And you fall to the ground, and the now soaked ground, completely soaked, mud and puddles of water, which seem to be growing, hit you and splash into your face. And you are now having to curl up, try not to get trampled on.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Well,
half-elves are not good in a crowd.
I guess not. And I realize I can still dash. So bye, Liam.
Okay, so
Would you want my help, Liam? Is that a thing you would want, or just
Just go. I'll catch up.
okay? Cool. Got you. Bye.
Not trample to death.
Oh, I'll catch up.
all right, Nina.
No, I've been hit.
Nina, as you are struggling through, what are we doing now?
I heard Flick call out about the quarry, so I'm just dashing to the quarry as well. But I take roads, so I'm like dashing this way.
Okay.
I gotta use nature, man.
All right.
I don't like the rain.
Yeah.
I doubt any of your fire's gonna be useful right now.
So you
Didn't we
guys,
ascertain that it is all magical, right? When using it in water?
That is correct, but anything you try to light on fire is
Right.
very quickly going to be put out.
okay. So you are headed towards the quarry as well. Rowan, as you stand there, the rain is pelting you. The mud seems to be building. The ground just seems to be saturating very quickly. And you see the rumbling coming towards from the quarry entry. And
Didn't you say she
Nina?
was in like a dip in the road that would probably fill up with water?
Yeah, Nina, Rowan, and 3 and Liam. I need all of you to make athletic checks.
I have the high ground.
As I would like to say no, I can't. So
Is
I
that
have to accept.
disadvantage or normal?
Just normal.
7.
Liam's already on the ground, so
That's a nat 1. This is not a good time.
8.
Athletics, right?
We all just suck tonight.
You said athletics, right?
Yes.
That's a 3. I rolled it twice for disadvantage. First was a 1, then was a 16, and then I was like, if it's not disadvantage, I gotta go with the first roll, which was a 1, plus 2, so a 3.
Oh, if we're adding a plus, then I got a 5.
Okay. Flick,
It's not going well.
from your position
Switch my dice up.
We're
atop
soon, aren't we?
from atop of the roof of the second floor building, the wind now hitting you is hitting a gale force almost, and you are braced against the area where it's the front side where there's the windows that can open up, and you are braced against that. The siding and the shutters are just flapping back and forth, struggling as nails are starting to pop out. The wind and the rain is just very strong at this point, and you can't see much. There is so much rain coming down. Your vision is obscured, but you do see just barely catching the colors of some of your teammates as this giant wave from the quarry comes down the side, well, it comes up over the hillside, and it smashes across several of these houses and buildings and structures and just over everything in sight. And you see it coming towards you as this massive wave, a tidal wave, which is something that you've only seen once in your life. And it was while you were traveling along the Great Seas, heading towards the mainland. And that was far off in the distance. This is in your face. And it is terrifying as you feel the rumbling like an earthquake, and you're having trouble staying on your feet. It takes over what little you saw of your friends.
is where I am, you said I'm braced near a window. Is it possible to get inside and try to brace the window from there?
Yeah, you can try and move it open. It's like shuddering against it from the pressure and the wind hitting against it. Make an athletics check to try and open it.
12.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to, as it's just going back and forth, you're able to catch it in the right moment and you flip into it and it almost like shoves you back inside as this dark shadow just hits into the building and darkness overtakes the outside.
Oh, that was such a fitting climactic, like break
I
in the
can't believe it
music.
hit like that. I can't believe it hit like that.
That was
We're just
great.
doing everything we can to brace that window shut and not die.
As the darkness hits into the building, we're going to take a brief break.
Anticipation.
I know. Tim's got to pee like a mother. I
I'm
was
gonna go let my
too
dogs out while I'm
excited.
doing
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
Quick 10-minute, just a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be right back.
Okay. I'm just gonna real quick then put this here. These are all the changes that affect us when eventually Monsters of the Multiverse comes out for D&D Beyond.
I don't want to see it. What are you doing to me? What's happening?
These are all the book's already out, the physical book, but
No.
I'm tempted to make Flick small sized.
yeah, there's a lot of differences for the ASMR too and the shifter.
I
No
get
longer have sub races. This is
Yeah, neither does the shifter.
oh boy.
yeah. The climbing speed. I get plus 15 climbing speed from this basically.
And your claws do more damage.
Not that they do. Not that I would ever use them anyway. I might
Uh,
actually switch and make Flick a small creature because I think that would be adorable.
as a shifter, nothing much changes except my HP for shifting changes, and I get more uses of shifting. And when I shift, I can attack with my fangs or claws or whatever as part of my shifting action, bonus action.
Actually, it makes sense. Some of the stuff was changing, so.
Yeah, we've got another month, and then we'll finally be able to have it.
I will return.
Not like it'd be that different. Flick's already the shortest party member.
I need to open my door because it's hot as hell in here. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
I opened all my windows and turned a fan on because it is very hot.
I live in Florida. It's always hot here.
Also, don't know how much you heard, Megan, but what the changes will be, I think next month when the Monsters of the Multiverse comes out. These are all major changes to our races.
Ba-ba-da-ba-da.
Because the physical book is already out, been out for 2 months. The digital one will be out, I believe, next month.
So, based on consensus, tempted to make Flick small sized.
And there's also a thing about small-sized player characters where their speed is no longer a small character, or characters that had their speed of 25 feet now have a speed of 30 feet. So dwarves can keep up with the rest of the party.
Makes sense. They're excellent sprinters.
I mean, Flick could keep up anyway because she already has that +5. There we are. Ambient lighting for given events.
I don't like.
Better?
Any traits that you have that can be used on a short rest are changed to be used number of times equal to proficiency bonus per long rest.
Eee.
So that's good for me. Means I can shift 3 times until a long rest because we don't take short rests.
Well, the issue I have with that is they should be encouraging more short rests rather than pushing everything to long rest.
Ooh, what are you drinking, Megan?
My stance.
It was like a big bottle of like pre-made. It was like a pre-made margarita watermelon mix, but like a wine cooler slash margarita mix. I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
You bought it, didn't you?
Someone's got
Yeah.
to put the baby.
Oh, so cute.
You.
Condition resistance traits that give you advantage on
This was
certain
hugging.
conditions now specify
Yeah.
they give you advantage on avoiding or ending the condition.
Stop showing off your cats. My
Mine's an
cats aren't
asshole.
allowed in this room.
Bagheera was just like on my desk waiting for me to come back. He was like, "It's time for cuddles."
Wait, what is his name?
Bagheera, like the panther from Jungle Book.
Oh.
Okay, okay.
His sister's name is Mowgli.
Of course. Oh God.
They're my mom's cats, but he's mine. He bonded with me.
That's what happened to my mother. My mother got a cat named Periwinkle, and she was a purebred Tonkinese kitten, very, very tiny.
Oh.
And for the longest time, she was my mother's cat. But my cat, who was Brittany, big black and white tuxedo cat who I'd had since I was 3, passed away. But after Brittany passed away, Periwinkle adopted me, and she became my best buddy only if I was upstairs. It was the weirdest thing. If I was upstairs, didn't matter anything else going on, she was all over me. If I was downstairs, she ignored me completely.
Yeah.
But it was so funny. If she thought I was going upstairs, she would rush up the stairs to wait for me. So I would occasionally mess with her. I would start walking towards the stairs, then she'd run up the stairs, and I'd just wait. And she'd come back down and peek her head through the banister and look for me.
Yeah.
The cat ignores me in my room. The only time she
Yeah, this
actually
cat will let
wants
me
to
do like
cuddle.
anything to him. Like,
No, mine
Oh.
definitely won't. If I
These
go
two.
outside of my room, then
Yeah.
she actually likes me.
You have any pets, Megan?
Yes, we just got a cat several weeks ago.
Oh.
My first cat
Aw.
ever. It's a rescue cat, and she's like, they think she's about 2 years old. She came out of like
Aw.
an 80 plus cat hoarding house.
Oh.
And they called her Dizzy because she had like a raging ear infection when they got her, and so now she has like this permanent kind of tilt to her head.
Oh.
She's adorable. She's adorable, but I lock her out of the room while I'm doing this because she does this. She doesn't do like full meows. She does like the trill thing. It's really adorable, but yeah, it would be so distracting. I would never be
You've
able to
become
pay
a
attention.
cat mom.
I love her.
Ellie does the trill thing all the time, but she's so quiet that you can't hear her doing it. Like I was
Oh,
holding her and she was just trilling at me because she wanted me to let her go, but she's so quiet you can barely hear it.
The
yeah.
cat doesn't meow unless she really wants something or she's in danger.
Ashley meows, but she has zero volume. Like she'll rear her head back, open her mouth up big and wide to meow, and you just hear just no volume, little tiny squeaks. When she was at the shelter, her name was Squeaky, but that's not an appropriate cat name, so I had to change it to something else.
Do you pet Liam?
Are you allergic? Or just choice?
I live with my mom while I'm finishing off school, and she's anti-pets. So
That's fair.
I've got a dog nephew. My best friend and his wife have a dog, and when they adopted him, they used me as like their reference to adopt him. So it's
Oh,
just generally accepted that I'm his uncle. So whenever he comes over, I've got like a drawer in like my chest of drawers for like work and stuff that is just dog treats for him. For example,
Oh.
No, you're not the dog uncle. You're the dog father.
got this little box of chew cootery,
Nice.
flavored after hams, cheeses, prosciutto. Just so his name's Walter Muddy, by the way. Just so that Walter can have snacks. We've got little sticks, little things. The I was once there working on like a paper for class, and had my laptop on my lap, and then Walter just came up, sat on my lap, and I was like, "Well, guess I'm not doing work, bud." Every time you like stop scratching him or petting him, he'll just look at you like the most offended look, like, "Why? Why are you stopping?"
Yep. Yep.
The cat drinks from the
Oh my
toilet.
god, that cat. Oh my god. Shut up.
that's so adorable.
Ashley will let me do that. Ellie will not. Ellie doesn't cuddle.
I feel like your mom must be super offended.
His sister is incredibly skitterish and will only really let my mom love on her. So she like has her cat, but she is kind of just like, I can't believe he does that with you, because like she'll try and do this and he'll just bite her like aggressively. And when he used to do that with me, and I would just like yell in his face like stop, and now he just does this instead. So
Cats pick their person.
yep.
So,
My Go ahead.
I was going to say, game related. 3, the last session you ran around the rooftops yelling at people. How come you were at street level this time?
Because I wasn't shifted. Shifting gives me extra movement, so through that logic, I can probably leap from roof to roof.
All right.
I'm not fast anymore.
I have my portable hand helicopter.
I'm not fast anymore, which is why I'm very happy that these changes are coming.
All right. So, do me a favor. Everyone roll me initiative.
Of course.
Against the water?
Initiative against the world.
Son of a bit.
13.
Oh, buddy.
16.
I don't know how that happened. I got 18. I never roll well in initiative.
6.
Megan, someone I'm texting who's watching our stream says that you have a very calming voice and that you could do meditation videos.
Can I make money doing it?
Probably.
You just gotta
Yeah.
market it correctly.
You can monetize YouTube videos of meditation stuff.
Thank
You
you.
can monetize anything on YouTube. You just gotta be creative.
Just become ASMR of just your voice.
I'm willing to say whatever shit will get me money.
I rolled a 16.
Well,
That's how I got hired.
You got a 16 as well?
Yeah.
3 and Liam, your dexterities modifiers, or what are your straight dexterities?
16
Straight dex is an 18, so +4.
plus 3 for me. So 3 goes first.
Okay, so 3. And
Does not
then
matter for me. Like, I don't care who goes first if we're one right after the other.
okay. All right, so Flick, you are the first one to come to your senses. You're laying there. Actually,
I thought I was like still trying to brace a window closed against water.
you were.
I'm
Ye-
Finally, Flick
Oh,
tried.
that did not fail a dex roll.
You find yourself as you just before the darkness and the force of this giant tidal wave hit the building. You found yourself being thrown backwards, and as you wake up, you feel a softness beneath you and realize you're on top of a bed. And as you kind of shake off and feel the ears popping and such, you shake off the dizziness, the overwhelming threat that had just washed over you, and you go towards the window, which has since shattered. It's completely gone. Your entire body is just wet, the fur matted down, and you go to the window, and rain is just coming through, pelting at you once more. But as you look through, make me a perception check at disadvantage.
I ain't gonna see a whole lot. 8.
8. You look through the window and you see it's not a complete flood, almost what you were expecting after having seen that wave come through. But the middle of the town, there is a steady flowing water that is going through the town. It's not even to your level yet. It's not even to the first level. It's maybe just 2 feet off the ground. But it is steadily moving, and you do start to see bodies, and you start to hear cries of people as they start to get up from the ground, this water starting to push against them. Everyone else, 3, Liam, Nina, and Rowan, I need all of you to roll me a d4.
1.
4.
4.
2. Okay.
No one rolled a 3.
That makes sense, actually, with all of your placements. So, your rolls is the amount of damage that you took as this wave overtook you and shoved you into the ground. Nina and Rowan, you guys took the most damage as you were closest to the wave. 3, you were near a tree. Some of those trees took the brunt of the wave and allowed a brief
trees.
bubble as it moved around you and offered a brief amount of protection. As you all kind of come to your senses and start to stand up, coughing out water, you start to hear the cries of the people around you. It is mixed amidst thunderclouds, lightning, just rain hitting against you. you're having a lot of difficulty seeing. It is dark out despite being still midday. And the rain is so thick and pervasive that you're going to have struggle seeing through it. We'll consider this lightly obscured. So disadvantage on any perception checks for the time being. What are you doing?
We're gonna. Yeah, she's got a job. She's gonna do it. Flick's gonna make her way to the first floor. Is the first floor of this building like flooded? You said it wasn't really coming up to the first floor.
Correct. It's only about 2 feet off the ground. So we'll say if you're heading towards the first floor, it maybe you see a thin, very thin layer where your feet are slapping into it and there's just a little bit of splash.
We're gonna make our way outside and try to start finding people and bring them inside.
Okay.
Trying to triage, calling out anyone nearby to get inside. Anyone who can't move or isn't moving, we're gonna try to move to get those people into the building that Flick is in.
Okay. Yeah, you head outside and you start to hear cries of people, names that they're calling out, screams, people just looking for loved ones, grabbing people, getting right in their faces as they try and figure out who they're looking at. And yeah, you are going to struggle seeing anything. Are you trying? Say who you're looking for again? Just anyone?
Anyone,
Okay.
just
Yeah.
anyone who looks like they're not moving or struggling to get up.
Okay. Okay. You are calling out to people, and people are just looking for lifesavers at this point. They are looking for any kind of help, and they hear you and see you in this building, and they start to make their way in there, almost being pushed by the wind as well that is still coming from the area of the quarry. And people start flooding in through the door, dragging others. A couple other come around near you. You see a woman, a heftier woman, stand next to you, grabbing the railing, which is kind of loose and such, but she still grips onto it, looks at you for a moment, gives a nod before she reaches an arm out for someone that is just barely able to crawl their way towards you and grabs them and helps them into the building you are inside.
If you can move, bring people into the smithy. If you can find lights, bring them in, light them up. Need to see as much as we can in this.
She hears you and gives a nod, and she pulls the person past and makes their way inside. And you see her start to give directions. And you see a small child actually that looks terrified. Their hair just matted to their face as the bulkier woman gets down in their face. And you can't quite make the words, but you see the child, this terrified look in their eyes, suddenly focus and shift into something more direction. They have a goal, they have something that's being given to them, and they can help. You see them scamper off out towards the back and they start going. What are you going to do?
Just trying to get as many people in, calling out to people to, this is a smithy. There's probably work tables. Clear the tables. We need space for people, injured, delay against, that they can be, inspected. Just trying to get everyone inside, anyone who can move, finding any torches, lanterns, lighting them, getting the place lit, clearing the floor, clearing any workspaces that people can be put on,
Okay.
and just calling out for anyone to come inside.
Okay. Nina.
This is emergency triage.
Yes. Nina, you are close to the middle of the crossroads from where the quarry hits and the road that heads towards the marketplace. You have been slammed into and taken a little bit of damage as you push yourself to your feet. What are you doing?
Can I see Rowan kind of on the other side? Am I close enough to her yet? Or
Make a perception check at disadvantage.
5?
Okay. You're really struggling to see the rain and the darkness from the clouds. It's almost like going sideways and just hitting you in the face. And it's stinging your eyes as you're trying to blink your way through it and keep it from hitting you as you're looking for familiar faces.
All right, I will just make my way towards the closest building then to get inside.
Okay. All right. So there are houses off to your left over here.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to say these two are collapsed.
Okay.
When they were hit by the wave, they just were taken out. The one in the middle, it looks a little shifty, but it is still standing.
All right, I'll run into that one.
Okay, so you head towards that one, your feet splashing through, having to pick it up out of nearly 2 feet of water as you go, a couple times stumbling. And this time it's different. People are chaos and moving, but in a sense of this has been a natural disaster. And everyone, though they're all trying to run for their life, something has changed and shifted and they're helping each other. There's been this change of we're not going to get out of this unless we help each other. So if you happen to fall, someone seems to be there to help an arm up before they still keep moving on. And you make it towards the building and you see a young man there on the steps of the porch, and he seems to be carefully trying to make sure people are careful as they move into the sheltered area where rain is just pelting at you and the wind is just nearly like the entire building. It's still standing, but it seems to be kind of shaking a bit. But it does stand as he kind of waves you towards him. Come on, come on.
Trying, and she's just like trudging through this water, sopping wet, soaking wet with like everybody else, and trying to make her way inside.
He takes a
Can
few
I-
steps out towards you and holds an arm out and grasps you and helps pull you towards it. As you step into the house, the rain, a brief moment of just respite where you're not being pelted with wind and rain, and you're able to hear again amidst like the screams outside. There's still some crying and voices inside the building, but it's not the thunderous amount of air and rushing wind. What were you going to say, Flick?
Oh, just as we're trying to bring people in, want to have 2 lanterns out on the front of the smithy, as lights, and I want to use a cast of magic missile to do 3 short, steady shots into the sky as a kind of beacon.
Okay. So
That should be bright blasts of magic shot straight up. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Rowan, 3, and Liam, make me perception checks.
Okay. Well,
21.
you're muted.
What'd you get, Liam? A 4?
You're muted.
You're muted.
And you're muted.
Wow, I didn't know I was muted this whole time. That's a 4 plus 4 and 8.
Okay.
I really wish I had luck right now.
Were those all at disadvantage because they're still outside in the obscured, or?
Oh, thank
No,
you.
That was
Why
not.
did you have to say something?
That's right. Yeah, no,
Good.
everything's at different advantage.
I had
Yeah,
to
nothing
take the
changed.
disadvantage.
Thank you.
Nothing
Yeah.
changed.
So instead of a 4 plus 4 making an 8, That was a 3,
Okay.
or is that the 7? I don't know how I rolled. Well, there was a chance I could roll less, but
Yep.
not a very long.
I'm sticking with my first roll. That was a 12.
Okay.
I went from 21 to a 12.
Okay. Okay. So, Rowan and 3. We'll start with Rowan. You have been knocked several feet away as you are on now the opposite side of the road. And you push yourself up from the ground, the water rushing past you, rain still hitting you, wind just brushing past your face, pushing against your body. And you see going before you just a body floating, even on the 2 feet, heading westward, face down. And you see a brief reflection on the water and look up and see a brief flash of light in the air. 3, as you were somewhat protected from the trees, you easily look up and notice the flash of light, a beacon in the air, and something just tells you, head there. This is safety. This is something familiar. Liam,
I will ignore that though.
you've been hit by this wave, and you didn't take as much damage, but the buildings that were around you got hit heavily, and some boards and stuff come around you. And as you're trying to circumvent them and get around the people that are flailing around you, you don't notice the lights going on, and all you're concerned about is not falling into this mud and water and not toppling over by the strong gale force winds that seem to push the water and the rain into you. Rowan, what are you doing?
In that moment of being hit by this water, this rain, can I do like a perception check or something to see if I recognize it as something the cult of the crashing wave would do?
I mean, it's kind of in the name.
So you're trying to
I want to distinguish whether it's like, oh, this is just a really, really bad storm versus the cult is here.
Well,
okay. I'll say make
didn't
a
we just fight
straight
them?
wisdom. Actually, yeah, make a straight wisdom check for me.
With disadvantage?
No.
It's not a perception check.
Doesn't freaking matter. 12.
Okay.
Nice.
Because of everything that you've gone through recently, where you came from, what you guys as a group just went through, you can't help but think with this flood of water, this tidal wave that just came through in the middle of a place that the river is miles away. It has to be connected. This is no accident.
This is the guy we let go, isn't it?
So with that knowledge, can I just kind of like clean my face, kind of brush clear the water in my eyes, and all my focus is going to go towards trying to find someone in the either in the crowd or again looking off to that hill in the distance for a cult member.
Okay. you working off that your previous perception check, not the wisdom check, but the previous, you're seeing very little other than darkness, rain, wind, pieces of wood and housing and grass, branches, bodies here and there floating past you. And you're struggling to see it from the vantage that you are at.
So with that in mind, of feeling like something's trying to basically keep me almost distracted, I'm going to try to ignore, kind of try to focus my mind to ignore the pelting rain and this water, and it means nothing, and continue to push forward south, looking for more bombs, just considering this whole environmental episode as just a distraction.
Okay. So you keep trudging south. Nina, what are we doing? You've made your way into the building.
Yeah, she's probably managed to kind of like find a wall. So getting inside, she's just kind of like pressed up against it, trying to catch her breath with anyone else who's hiding in there. And just trying to maintain her composure. And she'll be here for a couple of minutes before she dares to go back outside again.
Okay. Three.
We're going to do something that's going to tire him out so goddamn much.
Okay.
We are going
With the
to...
rocks on?
Huh?
Is he going to climb up a hill with the rocks on?
I haven't thought about it. We're going to... I can do this every 6 seconds since it's an action to do. We're going to mold earth to make trenches around the roads and move the earth to the middle. So that way there's a high point in the center of the road so everyone can get there.
Okay. Okay. How long does it take to do that? Is that instantaneous?
Yep, it is instantaneous. It's a cantrip. Cantrips can be done as
Fuck
many
yeah.
times as I want.
Okay.
Every 6 seconds.
Every 6 seconds. So he's gonna be tired as fuck after this. But
Okay.
he's getting it done.
Okay. So,
So 5 by 5 by 5 cubes of earth being lifted up towards the center and making troughs for the water to flow into and high ground for people to get to.
awesome. Okay. So
They're still in the rain, so that sucks, but they're not drowning.
Yeah, you're still struggling to see through it, but as you're kind of going based on where you knew buildings were, where you can still kind of see the silhouettes of some, you're guessing where that middle ground is. And you just, instead of previously where you tore the earth apart, you gather it together and pull it.
Oh yeah, we are just digging my claws in and ripping it up towards the center like a giant shovel.
Yeah, and you start creating mounds immediately. People
But
start
also-
heading towards it, even though there may not be like drowning in this water. Those that are still alive, they are wore out and they are heading towards that area. The rain still hitting them, and you notice the water is still rising a little. So this little bit of high ground, those minuscule as it is gathering people towards it.
Not enough. Not enough. That's if anyone can hear him, you just gotta keep saying not enough and just keep going.
Liam, what are we doing?
That's a very good question.
Also, just in case, mold earth does not hurt people. It just moves them out of the way if they are in the way.
Okay.
Can I see anyone around me?
You see you're struggling to see through it, but anyone that happens to come through, like within an arm and a half's length, you can see people passing by you, trudging through the 2 feet high of water. Every now and then, as you're trudging through, you'll see something floating by that feels vaguely flesh-like, and you push your way between the debris that's floating along the water. Most of it seems to be heading northwards and eastwards. Still, the wind pushing against your back and such, coming from the west-southwest.
I'm gonna push against the wind, and clearly there's something there. So I'm gonna keep moving away from where everyone's running. And how bad is the movement right now?
Say that again?
How bad is the movement right now?
Probably difficult terrain at least.
Yeah, I mean, you're able to move and such, but at this point, with the water that's about 2 feet deep, you're moving through debris and such, the ground is soaked. So what was packed dirt and stuff is starting to, with the sudden soaking and oversaturation, it's mud. So I would say your movement is probably halved at this point.
Can I see any of my party members?
You can make a perception check at disadvantage.
I feel like at some point I would make a wall. Enough dirt. Try to make a wall to stop it eventually.
I rolled a 9 and then I rolled a 19. So
Nice.
Okay.
it's not working for me. Because I was at disadvantage, so that's a 9.
Yeah.
9 plus 4, that's 13.
Okay.
Can I see any buildings around me?
Say that again.
Can I see any buildings around me?
Right where you're at, so you're on the west side. The building that you are immediately next to got hit very hard, all the ones along that edge. It still seems to be standing. As you draw near it, you realize the backside of it has been caved inward, and all that remains really is the front framing. But yeah, that you're struggling to see through all of this darkness and the rain that is hitting against you, and the movement of going even further, it's starting to tire you out.
Do I see any trees in front of me at least?
Where you're at directly, not really. You see some silhouettes of things further, a little bit further.
How much further?
Further than you're able to move in one round.
What's the distance though?
At least 30 feet.
Perfect. I'm gonna grab my rope of climbing.
Okay.
And I'm going to tie part of it around my waist.
Okay.
And command the other part to grab itself onto that thing 30 feet ahead of me.
Okay. All right. So you take this new rope, and as you grip onto it, I can't believe you got that fucking rope. You toss it out, and you are somewhat, despite the chaos and the tragedy around you, you find yourself weirdly excited by the fact that this thing just follows your direction and goes straight out in a singular direction, almost completely southwest, and hits a tree. It happens to be one that helped shelter 3 at that moment when the wave hit, and it's slightly leaning, but it still is holding strong. And you feel all of a sudden, where you're holding on your rope, you feel a slight tug on it. And you yank it a bit and realize it's tight and taut.
So for one thing, I'm at least braced. So That's good. God, but that's a tree to the west, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. I mean, I can't see anything else, so I might as well pull myself towards the tree.
Okay. So you start making your way towards the tree, just using the rope. As you are pulling it and making your way, you don't really notice it, but the rope is just slowly coiling back into its place at your side, almost perfectly. Like you don't even have to worry about it drooping or anything like that. And you make your way slowly towards the tree.
This is what happens when you put wondrous items in front of a rogue.
All right, Flick.
Oh, so with things slowly getting more organized as people are helping out, I imagine
Hmm.
this is a blacksmith. Am I able to find like a covered lantern that could be used like in rain?
Yeah, you easily, as you start searching through the area, you see one that happens to be overturned on the floor. You pick it up. What do you want to do with it?
Can I find a second one?
Okay. Um, you know what? Make a perception check, a straight one, because you are out of the actual area of the.
14.
Okay, yeah, you easily find one.
Okay, the first one, we're going to take the mirror that I have and a hood of just cloth and wrap it around to turn it into a primitive directional kind of bullseye lantern to make a stronger beam of light in one direction.
Okay.
We're also going to mount it on top of Spider Pot, and Spider Pot is going to go up to the roof of the building and rotate like a rotating lighthouse beacon.
I love it. I love it. Okay.
So hopefully that will be far more visible, rotating lighthouse beacon to try to bring at least anybody nearby towards, I guess, the smithy. And then Flick's going to, if there's more people helping out, try to direct people to bring anybody they can inside, and is going to start trying to stabilize anybody injured coming in. Alchemy tools, healer's kit. I've got, a lot of that stuff right now.
Okay. So,
Just trying to make sure, trying to stop anybody from dying that's
right.
being brought in.
Yeah, you do this as you do. It's hard to see outside, but you do see more people starting to make their way towards there, not just from the front side, but from the back as well. And almost immediately, they just know what to do. One person in particular you recognize as, fuck, I forgot her name.
Kippen?
No,
Nice try.
damn
I
it.
just want more of Kippen. I would die for Kippen.
Where's my?
You
Here
never
it
met
is.
her.
Liam hasn't met
Jalessa.
Jalessa.
Jalessa. Jalessa, the butcher, who had relation with Harbuck. She stumbles her way in from the back, and for a moment she stands there, arms still on the frame of the door at the back, and her eyes take a good once over of the room. The people in there just seem traumatized and uncertain what to do. The second her presence comes into the room, you see her for a moment, Flick, look downtrodden, and then she takes a breath and her shoulders shift back and her countenance becomes strong once more as she connects eyes with you. And she gives a brief nod. And then she moves into the room and starts giving direction and tells people to move in different direction and starts helping and triage and telling people what to do. And immediately they just seem to take the direction without question. And I'm going to go ahead and you get an inspiration for that.
I already have inspiration.
Damn it. That's one thing I've been forgetting to do is inspiration. I'm so horrible at giving that. So I'm trying. That's my thing for today.
I had it until you said something.
Need to make it. Need to make it a priority. Okay. So
Can we
You s-
have more than one?
show me what you can do. All right. So you
That's
see
the rule I
that.
have in my games. More inspiration, the better.
Yeah.
With the mayor here, Flick will be able to focus more on tending to people.
Hmm.
She's not a commander, but she is a doctor.
Yep. And she, knowing you and what you've done and what you are still doing, and she has realized everything that has kind of occurred. You guys just seem to have this connection, and she is willing to let you take lead, but assist you in everything that you're giving direction wise. Okay.
Whatever happens, we can figure that out later. For now, we have to save as many people as we can.
And she gives a nod, and you see her pull her hair back and just tie a little string around it as the hair is just sopping wet, and she lifts an arm down and pulls someone up and sets them to the side and helps give direction. Nina, you are in this rickety house that's just kind of, it's shifting back and forth. It seems to be holding strong, but with each strong wind that seems to come, you hear a general rise in cries from the crowd as if they're just waiting for that one wind that's going to knock this building down. Is it going to come? Not sure. What are you doing?
So I turn to the man who kind of helped me inside, and I just say, "We've got to get these people out of here. There's a building close, right?"
No, both the buildings around us are completely demolished. Where are we supposed to go?
Is there a window? In the house that I could look out?
All the windows on this house have been shattered. The front end specifically, as the house shifted back a little, the rest of them just imploded.
Okay. So we're getting the
there's
wind out of there.
openings.
Okay. So we're getting the wind out of there, so I kind of like try to like peer around, and I'm looking north specifically where I'm hiding is kind of that northwest corner of the building.
Okay.
Can I see Spider Pot's lantern above the smithy? Do I see that light, that rotating light?
Make a perception check at disadvantage.
Doing all we can here.
Another 6.
Okay. You're looking for something, anything, some kind of beacon, some kind of hope out there.
Do you have dark vision?
Yeah, actually, 60 feet.
It is within 60 feet of where the tokens are, because it would be at the top front of the building.
Okay.
Wait, if we can see it with dark vision, I have dark vision.
Right. Everything's like lightly
It's also rain.
obscured. Yeah.
Right.
Have you ever shown a flashlight in rain before and see how it's just a wall of light?
Yeah, or like driving in snow where you just get that
Yeah.
It's not.
You're
Does
trying.
3 have dark vision?
Yeah, you can see a lighthouse through a storm.
So
They
do we
work
all
they
have
work
dark
well
vision?
for a reason, that's the point.
Yeah. But we still have rules.
It's just a little lantern. It's not like you have like the full lighthouse effect going. That's okay. So if she can't see it, she kind of like looks back. Her hands are like on her knees. She's kind of bent over, still catching her breath. She goes, "Okay, just get up." She'll turn around and be like, "I'll go find something. Stay here. If the building starts to come down, get them out. Just get ready to run." And I will push my way back out and start heading towards what I know was the building, like a larger building, so back north, because I walked past that. I was kind of like blown into that by the
Also, where
horse.
your companions were before things went down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's north.
Okay. So you start making your way out that. As you step into the road, you're noticing the ground is softer. It seems to be much muddier than it was before. And it does feel like the water is pushing against you, rising just a little. very minusculely, but it's like you're moving through a running stream of water, and the wind ever prevalent against you. Rowan, what are you doing?
I will continue to head south.
Okay.
Kind of just feeling drawn towards the figures I saw on the hill still until something drastically happens. Kind of just trying my best to ignore the weather around me because I consider it more of a distraction than a natural thing.
Okay. As you are at the corner of this crossroad and you start to push your way forward, you're feeling a lot of things kind of move past you. Debris, movement of water, sounds of people around you. But this feels a little different. This feels intentional. And it kind of pushes you forward a little bit. And that's all.
I'll kind of take my shield and put it kind of in front of me, almost like a barricade with that dissipates any water in front of me. Just try to make my movement south as easy as possible.
Okay. All right, you start to make your way down. As you get a few feet and you see a silhouette in front of you, and you're having trouble making it out, but as you get closer to it, it seems to be making its way towards you. And in a brief moment, the rain parts just a bit, enough for you to see a lizard-like face. The tongue flickers out towards you as the rain hits both of you. And it smirks at you. And you see it hunker down, and it draws its weapon. It's going to make a hit at you.
Okay.
Ha ha! Does a 13 hit?
No.
All right. So it, all of a sudden, the silhouette of this creature kind of forms before you, and it's different from all the other forms moving around you, trudging past you. This one seems assured and certain as it comes towards you and smirks, and then it swings a heavy club towards you, and it completely misses as you duck backwards. What would you like to do?
As I duck backwards, I would like to make a firm grasp of my warhammer and kind of think to myself, like, please swing true and do a full sideways swing back, just in a like in a circle instead of coming over or under, straight circle at this creature.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
That would be a natural one.
So You go to swipe at it. What were you swinging at it with?
My warhammer.
You go to swing at it, and it deflects it easily with the club that it just swung at you. And it tries to disarm you from it, but you're able to still keep the grip on it as you almost swap your grip, let go of it for a moment, and let the lizard individual keep going with it, but you're able to grab it on the backside and keep hold of it. But you do miss, and it pushes you backwards a few feet. It's going to make another move at you.
That hammer's cursed.
Tell me about it.
It is. That is 17 to hit.
That's my armor class. Yep.
Okay. That is 7 points of damage as the club swings back around and just hits you full force in the face, and your vision like whites out for a moment before the darkness around you filters back in, and you feel the cold of the rain hitting against you, wind blowing your hair back as you stand back up.
Kind of spit out blood from my mouth from being hit, and just wipe it away. Like, is that all you got? And stand my ground.
All right. What's your next move?
I mean, I will fucking try to hit this thing again.
Mm-hmm.
This time I will, after kind of being hit backwards, with the momentum, kind of catch myself on my back leg and kind of do a more of like an uppercut with my warhammer for 15.
That hits.
That'll be 7 bludgeoning.
Okay. You smack against this creature, and its head rears back, the neck stretching abnormally far as it falls backwards into the water and crouches down, looking at you for a moment. You hear a startled cry next to you as you see a familiar short individual. Valivo stands there gripping a what used to be a porch post of a building that had sat there before, and just gripping it as water and wind just kind of push against them. And they are just, their glasses, the abnormally large and thick glasses, one of them is completely shattered and gone. The other one has little spider webs along it, and it's just gripping onto it, terrified as it watches this. The lizard individual is going to come back at you and attempt to hit you again with a 14.
This is
All right. So it swings at you and completely misses. What are you going to do?
having seen Valenvo's face. I'm going to have a brief glimpse of what happened in my own hometown, where I witnessed destruction and chaos, and feel sort of an innate rage towards this creature for what it's doing or potentially being a part of, and come back around and swing towards its face.
Go for it.
Are you kidding me? Another natural one.
This is just not our
Yeah, you need to change weapons. I don't think the Warhammer
It's not even the
is.
dice, right? It's not the
You-
dice.
Yeah, it's the Warhammer.
No, it will one day. I don't have another channel divinity. Goddamn. Okay.
All of this emotion, this familiar person, this halfling gripping, terrified, and you feel this inner strength within you. It's your strength that you feel within you, and you grip your warhammer and swing, and it feels empty, like you're all alone as you swing towards this enemy, and the enemy doesn't even shift backwards. It just stands there as the water and the wind shift you enough that you completely overswing. And you realize you've missed. And the lizard man swings his own hammer towards you. That is 19 to hit.
Hits.
And that is 8 points of damage.
Okay.
As its large club just slams into your shoulder this time and your chest, and you feel the breath knocked out of you as you stumble backwards a bit. As this is happening, Nina, you've made your way into the road. What are you doing?
You're muted, I think.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was talking to my dog. Sorry. What did you say something to me?
So, what are you doing at this point?
I'm still heading north to the last building that I was trying to get to. So
Okay.
trudging my way.
Trudging your way. Okay. We're going to say in this time, you've been able to make your way a little bit northwards. And 3, were you heading north or south in your endeavors?
You're muted.
You're muted. I was going on a little long with the rope.
I think, yeah, I'm going south.
Okay. So, Nina, as you're making your way north, you're starting to notice there's a little bit of some ridging going on in the middle of the road. And as you kind of just naturally make your way towards that without even a thought, your speed starts to pick up a little bit as the water, you're able to step out of the water. The wind and the rain is still hitting you. You're not able to see much, but you're able to move a little faster. And you see a glint in your eye on the right. Every few seconds, you see it kind of flash around. And as you look to your right, it's not much. It's really hard to see. I'm not going to make you roll for it because it is a light in the middle of darkness. Every now and then you just get a brief glance of a light that's flashing through the storm.
Okay. I will pick up my pace a little bit, running along the ridge that I don't really realize is not supposed to be there. And then once I get to like where I think of is in front of it, I will run down back into the water and then into the building.
Okay. Flick, as you are helping Triaz and such, you suddenly hear a stumbling, and you just briefly glance over because you've seen a lot of people moving about, directions being given, cries, screams, but you happen to see a familiar face as Nina stumbles through the door.
Nina, are you hurt?
No, just wet and exhausted. The building's sound, it's safe. There's so many others out there that are collapsed. I'm just looking for somewhere safe to send people.
It held up quite well. We're bringing as many people in here as we can. I have my hands full tending wounds. If you can find or get anyone else to help you bring anyone else in, we're doing all we can here.
I will. And the water seems to be rising. It's not a lot, but I don't know that it's going to stop anytime soon. So if you can, just get to higher levels, get to higher ground.
Of course, I want to do all I can here first.
Of course.
Let's move to the Swinging Sword Inn soon as I feel that this place is under control. We need more places to gather people.
Of course. And then she'll turn around and run back out into the rain to go back to the building to tell the people to get out of the shaky one and head towards the smithy.
Okay. Flick, as you are, after Nina has passed through the doorway, you feel a warm hand, grip your arm, and you turn and look, and Jalissa comes close to you, her head kind of down, her hair pulled backwards, and she just looks at you with this seriousness. You're not needed here. You're needed elsewhere.
I'm sure there's many more people that need help.
There
I
are.
said, I plan to make my way towards the Swinging Sword Inn. There should be more room to bring people in there.
Do it now. I'll take care of here.
Flick will nod and head back out into the night. But she is going to take the other lantern and get it burning as bright as she can out the loft as she makes her way north.
Okay. So both of you head back out into the torrent. Nina just ahead of you. Liam, what are you doing? You were headed towards the tree, pulling yourself towards it?
Yep.
Okay.
Do I see anything going on around me as I pull myself towards?
It is dark out. What you see is just rain pelting towards you. Every now and then you'll see dark shapes kind of passing you by, an arm reaching out as they rush past you or fall, splashes of water coming towards you. Debris just floating past you.
Do I see the light that was spread by Flick earlier? The beacon?
Make a perception check at disadvantage.
Ooh. You're killing me here. Damn, you're killing me. Almost literally.
Lightly obscured.
Okay, that's a natural 20 for my first roll.
Okay.
You'd be
Just
about
get 2 of those. Just get 2 of those.
That's 17 plus 4.
Okay. Okay.
And that's
You-
that's my disadvantaged one.
Wait, what?
The first one was a natural 20 plus 4, that's a 24. The second one was a 17 plus 4, that's a 21.
Okay. And so you pull yourself to the tree at this point, and you brace yourself against it as you are holding onto the rope, and the water, you feel it. It's now not just at like 2 feet, it's like at 2.5 feet almost. And it's not much, but you realize it's rising a little bit as it's just the wind is pelting at your back as you press yourself against this tree that's kind of leaning forward. And just a brief glint, you see this beacon of light just for a brief moment in the distance. There used to be a building there. You're mostly familiar with this town. That's no longer blocking your view. And every few seconds, you see it. What are you going to do?
I am... Screw it. I'm going to pull the rope off. Can I see anything in that direction that the rope can attach to?
Towards where?
towards the light.
You see a piece of framing of a building that once remained.
I'm going to reattach my rope. Oh, hold on. Let me let you finish before I do anything.
No, you're good. Some basic, like, wood lumber spokes that are up out of the ground. Everything else is kind of tumbling, creaking, crashing, and floating away. But you do see a few spokes that are up.
I'm going to direct my rope to attach to the spokes and pull myself towards them.
Okay.
That's the direction of the light, right?
Yes. Okay.
I'm pulling myself towards the light.
So you head back towards the way you just came. Actually heading a little bit more southwards. And 3, what are you doing?
I am thinking about doing something really stupid.
Because you were headed southwards, I think, with what you were
Yes.
doing. So
Move my token, how far would I have made it in this time?
I would say you're probably about here.
All right, well, that's good enough. I'm going to do something really stupid now. I'm going to make my way towards the quarry to see what the source of this is.
Okay. Are you headed down the road? Are you
Hell no,
going to...
I'm going uphill.
Okay.
What kind
All
of
right.
fool do you take me for?
So you're going to make your way that way. Go ahead. Let's make it an athletics check.
Of course. All right. I'm liking where we're starting with this roll. That is a 19.
Okay. So you are easily able to jump over the debris that's coming past you. People that are reaching out, you grip them and help them, pull them past, but use the momentum to thrust your way forward. Make me a perception check.
Boy, we're using that disadvantage.
At
That's a
disadvantage.
great roll. Can't wait for that to go away. That's still a good roll. That's a 16.
Okay. So as you are making your way down, you hear a thud, but it's a metallic thud. It's completely out of place for the creaking of wood and the crashing of structure. The screams, the torrent of wind and rain that is hitting you and just wearing you out.
Where's it coming from?
This sounds like something hitting metal and a brief ringing, and it seems to be coming from the southeast.
Ringing or flood? Flood.
Okay.
Well, from my assumption of topography, I'm going to guess this is now like an uphill area that I'm going towards.
Okay.
And how far can I get?
Hold on. Okay. So you are starting to make your way towards the quarry.
Yes.
You've made your way towards this path before. As you start to get close, the wind starts pushing harder against you. I need you to make an athletics check at disadvantage.
Ah! I dropped my die. Well, I preferred the second roll, but alright. That is a 13. No, that's not. I lied. That's 14. I can't do math.
Okay. You are able to push your way through it. The closer you get towards this area that you exerted so much effort and you had the success of personal vendetta against this cliff and this deeper meaning for you,
What the fuck is happening?
you realize you are wearing out quicker than usual. The more you push towards this. Do you want to keep going?
Yeah, fuck you, nature.
Okay.
I will, as I am trudging forward and feeling worn out, I'm just looking ahead at the abyss of the storm. Fuck you, rain, and keep going forward.
Okay.
Swearing under my breath to keep myself motivated.
Rowan, you are neck and neck with this creature. Go ahead and what is your next move?
Yeah, I had food in my mouth.
Rude.
I will, after having missed, I don't know, what, 3 times in a freaking 2 times in a row. I will actually drop my shield and throw it to the ground and focus solely on my warhammer, grasping it with 2 hands and throwing down my shield, grabbing a warhammer, and then arcing over and coming down at an angle to hit this, putting more emphasis into my swing.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and roll me an attack roll.
Is it another natural one?
No, it's an 8.
Okay.
But
a little more oomph, but
fuck it, what do I have to lose? I'm going to use my last War Priest, which allows me to do a bonus action hit. So, having missed with that momentum, I'll use it into the momentum, twirl around in a circle, and come back around and try to hit one more goddamn time. Okay, there we go. 23.
Okay. So you miss with the first swing, you swing back around, and you absolutely smash into its jaw. What's the damage?
10 bludgeoning.
Ooh. A few teeth come flying out of it as its head rears back, the neck hyper extending. As you follow through with the swing, you see the shield floating down the ways as you had dropped it. And it's hard, very difficult to see in this, but you just barely see the silhouette of Valivo as they let go of the frame and jump onto the shield and start almost body surfing it, like full on just grabbing it, grasping it, and floating westward. It's going to take a swing at you.
So I did go ahead and make my AC come down so I don't have the shield anymore.
Okay. That is a 15.
Now that hits.
Okay. That is 7 points of damage.
Okay.
As it swings down at you and hits the top part of your shoulder, thrusting you downwards. What are you doing next?
Flick's going to give an idle pat at the scale mail she's currently using.
In that moment of kind of being hit kind of towards the ground, almost to my knees, I will, with my bonus action, grab my amulet and the warhammer and do a quick prayer to Heronius and cast Shield of Faith on myself. And then I will rise to my feet, and as I rise, I will pull my warhammer upwards, kind of like aiming for the under the chin jab to knock him backwards.
Do it.
Eight. Jesus Christ. I make it sound so cool, guys.
You
That's
do.
all that matters.
You
Oh,
almost
that
gotta like roll
warhammer.
first and then explain what happened.
God damn it.
You swing upwards, and as you do, the air pressure from this warhammer moving upwards with the water, the lizard individual almost senses it and just turns their head enough that you swing past it, and it looks back at you, and it's actually going to take a bite at you.
With those missing teeth.
Yes, with the remaining missing teeth that it has, which is not going to be much. That is a 14 to hit.
Misses. Oh,
All right. So it snaps at you, and you feel these, the pressure of the air move against you briefly. Where are we at? Nina,
Yes.
you are scrabbling against the brief upset of the slight hill, the raised ground that 3 had set from where you're at, moving northwards and making your way forward now at almost normal speed. As you move forward, you do almost bump in to a familiar figure of Flick. What are you
I
guys
thought we're
doing?
going the opposite ways.
Yeah, I think I was heading south to tell that
I'm
other
sorry.
house that I was in. Yeah.
I'm sorry. So you're headed south. Where at south?
I just head back to the house that I had been hiding in previously to tell them to get out to the higher ground and head north.
Okay. So you head back down this way.
Mhm.
As you get further south, the mounds of earth end, and you're
Mhm.
back in the water, and you're noticing it's now at about thigh length. As you trudge into the structure, you notice it's not as steady as it was before, and as the waves of the wind brace against your back, you see and hear the creaking of this frame of this house that just seems so unstable, as it's just, and you see it shifting as you move towards it.
I'll get to the door and fling it open, but like not letting it hit, still trying to hold on to it so that it doesn't like accidentally break the house. And just be like, come on, there's high ground. You gotta get north. Come on. Out, 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 out.
Make a persuasion check. These people, as you fling that door open and look in there, these people are terrified. Those that have made it in here, despite the shifting of this structure, they are terrified and huddled and they are just wide-eyed.
As I look at them, like terrified and everything like that, I say, now! You have to go now! And I got a 15 plus 7, so.
Awesome.
It
Or,
doesn't
The
jump
I
out
can't do
now.
math. I can't
yes,
do math.
the voice
Ye-
coming through that structure, all eyes suddenly look to you, and it's almost like this beacon of hope, like Flick's beacon of hope above the building, and they immediately, one by one, start moving towards you. The older ones helping the younger ones and assisting each others as they move towards you, the creaking becoming louder with each shift and press of the wind and rain against the structure. And as you help guide them and point them along the way towards where to go and the route towards the middle of the road, you hear the inevitable creaking of that building and the crash as it starts to lean and crashes into the ground. The water splashing up around you. And you are thrown back a couple feet, but you are fine. What else are you doing?
After making sure that the last of them are kind of heading north, I'm gonna turn around and look back south because that was the last place I think we had seen Rowan at, and I still haven't seen her. So I'm just gonna like growl in my frustration and like grit my teeth and start trying to make it further that way.
Okay. Back
As
to
you think splitting the party.
every time. And
And this
actually,
way we like are all running around with like chickens with their heads cut off. Like we really have like, no direction of where to go.
Absolutely not.
I mean,
We
Flick is
kind
not
of do
without-
now. We kind of do now, but
Flick is not without direction. She knows what she's doing.
yeah. And actually, Flick, what are you doing?
Well, anybody hopefully is moving toward this part of town is moving towards the smithy. She knows Nina at least knows where it is, and Jalessa is in charge there. Spiderpot is actually going to start moving with Flick in the air above her, still rotating as a beacon. Flick doesn't have a whole lot of vocal presence to kind of call out, but she is going to use a hammer and rhythmically beat on the metal shield to kind of sound a gong as a slow bang, 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 while making her way north towards the Swinging Sword Inn.
Okay. And you're taking Spider-Pot with you?
Yes.
Still doing the beacon?
Yes.
Okay.
It's going northward towards the Swinging Sword Inn along with Flick.
Okay.
It is about 30 feet up in the air, rotating as a
Okay.
beacon.
As you're going, you see a couple people that come towards you. Their eyes and their faces just look like they have found a lifesaver. As they come up onto these somewhat mounds of earth out of nowhere in the middle of the road. And the light, not much in this storm, but enough that they come towards you, and they're just waiting for you and following you.
Everyone, if you can, make it towards the Swinging Sword Inn. If you can't get that far, get to the smithy. Jalassa is there to provide aid.
And you see a couple of them look at you. These are not familiar faces, and they shake their heads at you, almost like they can't hear you, and they look confused.
Flick's going to do her best. You know, she's calling out directions to go to anyone who does understand, but is
Okay.
otherwise keeping the rhythmic drum beat against the shield and making her way north, not stopping.
Okay, so you continue on, just trying to direct those that you can see. Liam, what are you doing?
The storm is still pretty bad, right?
Yep.
Possibly getting worse.
God damn it.
You were making your way towards the beacon that was over the house. You've noticed as you're there, the shining that you were heading towards every few seconds seems to start slowly moving northward, and it's starting to make its way away from you. Let me ask you this. What's Liam's motivation at this point?
Try to find the rest of the party and see what's going on. See who can help.
Okay.
Or at least try to find like some answer for what's going on.
Okay. With everything going on around you and the light that you're moving towards, moving northward, you can either decide which way you want to go, or if you're uncertain, just make a roll for it.
Like, it's also basically trying to sound a gong.
Mm-hmm.
Because the shield she has is the copper metal shield that is curved, very gong-shaped, because you said it was shaped like a horseshoe crab.
DM,
That's the shield she has.
DM, what am I rolling?
If you're deciding whether because you were heading towards the road, let's say you're deciding to go either north or south,
DM, I just mean like what dice?
roll a
Any
d20.
die, high or low.
I want to be surprised by what the result is.
Okay,
That's why
roll a d20. A 1 through 10 is south, 11 through 20 is north.
I'm gonna grab Talon and think to myself, okay, if ever there was a time for any of that weird fuckery, please help me now. That's a 7.
You feel the wind just against your back, pressing ever forward from the west, going towards the east, north. But suddenly, as you grip that, you almost feel this suction of air around you. And you feel it drifting towards the south.
Okay, message received. How much can I move? This is difficult terrain. If I dash, how much can I move?
It'd be half your movement, so 120 would go down to 60.
Okay, I'm moving 60 south then.
Okay.
I'm gonna let go of the rope, and I'm just gonna move 60 south, straight up.
Okay. You let go of the rope, and it's still coiled around you. You don't even have to worry about it, as you just, without even thinking, you feel it still drawing into your side as it coils itself back into its normal spot.
And as I'm running, I'm just gonna scream out, "Is anyone there?"
Okay.
And that's all I got.
3.
I'm starting to feel like this is a fool's errand.
Roll me.
Just trying to be productive.
I'm trying to be productive. I really am.
Roll me an athletics check.
Oh boy. Is this one at disadvantage too?
Yes.
Well, why did you have to say that? That I'm not gonna roll again.
No, I'm sorry. Just normal.
Well, doesn't matter. That was
It's
a
a
2. I'm
2.
not even gonna look at the mod.
Okay. So, as you press on forward, the water now rising up towards your knees and the mud slucking at your feet, the wind pressing against you, and you're having to lean abnormally forward as you go through, not even entirely certain, even with your keen sense. You are becoming exhausted trying to
Fuck
push
this.
against
I'm going to
this.
fire an arrow towards the sound I heard.
Which sound?
Sound of metal.
Oh,
Oh god.
I mean, that could be Flick at this point.
It could be. That was the sound of metal that I heard southeast.
Yeah, I think it was Rowan and the lizard.
Okay.
It's gonna be the fuck, which one was it called?
Okay.
It's
Go ahead and so you're just blindly
blunt. The
Firing?
blunt arrow. So if I hit someone, they're not dead.
okay.
No
Yep,
more.
I'm just going to where I remember.
All right, so just shoot an arrow at disadvantage with a high DC.
Actually, because of my sharpshooter feat, they don't get any kind of additional DC. Oh, they don't get any AC.
Well,
So
they
if I
don't.
hit someone,
They don't get any cover.
yeah, I don't get any cover, which adds to their AC.
That
Okay,
doesn't mean the arrow
We're
won't.
doing good. We're doing good so far. It doesn't matter, but we're doing good. That matters a little bit more. Longbow +7 math. 15. 8 + 7 is 15, right? I'm not dumb, I swear.
15?
Yes.
Okay. As you're pressing against the wind and the storm and the rain, you're starting to feel your face just is any skin that is exposed starting to feel raw and numb, just cold. And you still can't forget that sound that was out of place, that ringing of metal. You draw your arrow, turn, eyes closed, and you fire.
No idea if I hit anything, but I'm just gonna
No
keep
idea.
walking away now.
Okay,
I'm just
so
gonna walk away from this. I would assume going faster because I'm with the current.
you're going to start making your way towards the sound that you remember.
Correct.
All right. And we'll say, even though you've got the wind at your back, you're still at disadvantage because of the mud and the water and the rain.
That is fine.
Rowan.
How far?
You are up.
You are also muted.
You're muted.
Well, we can't hear you.
Oh no.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was like, I'm not freaking muted. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you treating what I'm dealing with kind of like normal combat rounds, where it's like 6 seconds between or anything?
Just about, yeah.
Okay, because the shield of faith that I conjured last 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. No, it's still up.
Okay. Having thrown down my shield and trying with 2 hands to use my warhammer, and still failing, I will place it into my offhand and lunge towards this creature so that I can basically place my hand on him, and I will cast Inflict Wounds.
Okay.
Let's see if that actually freaking manages to hit. $24.
That absolutely hits.
Ha!
3d10. Okay, here we go. I need 2 more.
Hey, 3. How are those Mountain Dews?
Huh?
How are those
Are
Mountain
you
Dews?
fucking kidding me?
I hate them.
Did you get the alcoholic ones?
No.
Oh, those ones.
Are they as cursed as I think they are?
You don't taste the heat until it hits the back of your throat,
Ooh.
and it doesn't taste very good either.
Well,
So, I managed to hit, but out of the 3d10s, I get 2 1s. So, my total is 6. necrotic.
Oh, I will.
6 necrotic damage.
Yep.
How does that look to you?
I
You're killing this individual, so how do you
Okay.
do it?
Oh, thank God.
I am so freaking frustrated that I just can't seem to focus that when my hand touches their chest, arm, whatever, I grab it with as much might as possible and just focus on generating as much energy through my hand into them as I can imagine.
Okay. As you grip onto this lizard individual, you feel little shocks coming up into your hand and transferring into the scales, your fingernails digging beneath the scales, and you feel something drifting into your hand and downwards into your arm, your forearm, as if you are intentionally the hatred drawing on it, pulling the life as if you could just force it out of this creature. And you hear it amidst the howling wind and the rain, pulling your hair against your face, slapping the rain against it. You just hear the cry of the lizard individual, just the eyes rolling backwards as the weight of it suddenly is in your hand. The jaw just slack.
And I just like, as it goes limp, I just push it to the side and to the ground with not a care in the world right now.
Okay.
Then you get an arrow in the throat.
Nina.
She is just gonna be dashing down south again, still trying to find Rowan, so kind of looking around, but I'll just take my dash movement, but obviously halved, so 30 feet down here this way.
Okay.
And then you get hit by an arrow.
As you're moving. Make me a perception check.
To see that arrow
Advantage?
coming right for you.
Disadvantage.
15 and a 5, so 5 plus 1 is another 6.
Okay.
Guys, our rolls tonight.
Suck.
You,
They were like equally as bad in our Thursday night campaign too.
you feel something brush against your side as you, for the first time, you see something you recognize. You see the glint of brief light against a hammer, and you see Rowan as her arm grips up and grabs something and then tosses it aside. As she turns and looks for familiar face and you connect eyes, you feel something grip the back of you and yank you backwards, and you stumble several feet to the side.
Rowan!
Does a 17 hit?
Yes.
Okay. That is going to be, yeah, 3 points of damage as a javelin swipes across your cheek, and you feel that slice along the skin.
Okay.
And this lizard-like creature, the fin comes upwards first. That's the first thing you see before you see the slit eyes, the yellow-green eyes, and the scales, and this mouth that opens up widely, the lips coming back far, rows of teeth, like a singular row of teeth as it smiles at you. And somewhere in the back of your head, you hear this voice, a slight little chuckle. Amateur. What are you going to do?
How close is it? Is it like right on me, right? Because it grabbed me and then sliced at me.
Yep, right
Okay,
next to you.
I'm going to turn around hearing that chuckle and just burning hands cone in that direction.
Ooh. Okay. Is that a save?
Yes, it is a dexterity saving throw of 15.
That is a 19 plus nothing.
All right, so they take half the damage on
Okay.
a successful one, so 3d6. 5, 7, 8, so 4 points of damage.
Okay. So it sees this coming. And as the fire just blasts out from your hands, it manages to duck back into the water, which behind it just immediately boils and steams up and evaporates into the air, and it seems to come back around the other side of you. And as it does, Rowan, you see this as you had connected with Nina for a moment. You see this creature that she suddenly attacked her and she swiped out back towards. Are you going to move towards it, or what are you doing?
Well, could I, from where I'm standing, immediately try to toll the dead on it?
What's your distance on it?
60 feet? Am I 60 feet?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, wisdom saving throw of a 14.
It fails.
Right?
If I could see it, I could shoot it from where I am.
Damn.
There's a building
Is it-
between it.
So she actually managed to hit it, so it's actually missing HP, right?
Yes.
Alright, so I get to do a 1d12 instead.
Necromancer.
It's 4 necrotic damage.
Necromancy.
I mean, you did just kill something with necromantic magic, and now you're doing it again.
So I told the dead, and then with my movement,
What's that sound like to you?
it's basically similar to the church bell that we're already hearing in the distance, but with a slightly higher pitch of a church bell, that instead of doing a slight ding that dissipates, it seems to drone on for quite some time.
Okay. Nina, you
Yeah.
hear this happen, and this sound that kind of pervasive, it seems to fold around you, though, as the full brunt of it hits this lizard individual before you. And you see its eyes not roll back, but almost like separate a little, going sideways as it screeches out before it pants a bit. And it looks up at you.
Okay. Would I be allowed to use my movement?
Yeah, go for it.
So I will, after doing that, I will immediately move forward to Blake.
Right next to
Yes.
it?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Flick, what are we doing?
As far as Flick is concerned, she's still trying to lead people to safety, and the Swinging Sword Inn, as far as she can remember, is the largest structure in the town.
Okay.
So of the most place to at least kind of bring people before more decisions can be made.
Okay. Make me a general athletics check.
Athletics. I'd prefer acrobatics.
Yeah.
That's a 4.
Okay. So you are trying to press forward. I am going to move you forward a bit here.
Isn't this where the higher ground that 3 was building was?
Yeah.
Or...
Yeah, you are able to still traverse on the higher ground. However, the wind and the rain that is pressing against you, the longer you are out in this, it is soaking your fur, your clothes, your belongings, and you are struggling to be able to move through it. You're still pressing on because, let's face it, you're a fucking hero, but you are struggling to move through it.
We're
But
going to push harder using cat movement to get as much distance as we can.
Okay.
It would double my movement speed.
With that, we're going to say you make it there then. So you make it to the High Sun Swinging Sword Inn. As you come towards it, it's difficult to see, but you do notice the front side of the building still stands. It looks like the backside is somewhat crushed in, but the majority of the building still stands, if leant a little bit, but the general structure of it doesn't seem to be too bad. One thing I'll say, make me a perception check real quick with disadvantage.
That's not terrible. 16.
Okay. That's actually really good. As you're moving northward...
I got a 12 and a 13 on the dice.
Yeah, as you're moving northward, you pass the main crossroads here. You notice the building directly next to the Swinging Sword Inn, which I know on the map looks like some dinky thing. That's actually the All Faith Shrine. That is the only masonry built building. It is 2-story, made of all masonry. That is the only thing that you have seen thus far that seems to be holding strong. No damage whatsoever. And that is where you are hearing the distant, the church bell, that ringing as you have passed by it. That seems...
Is there anyone that's followed me that seems a little more put together?
I mean, people are drawn to you at this point with what you're doing, with the banging on your shield, your light above you with Spider Pot still going. People are drawn to that. So you have gathered quite a bit of people that are crawling, just trying to stick with you, helping each other up, grabbing children, people slung over shoulders.
Is there like anyone who looks like a guard, someone who's a bit more fit and handling things better?
Yeah, absolutely. You see a guard there, someone familiar that you had seen at one of the the sheriff,
Harbuck.
one of his deputies. Yes, Harbuck, one of his deputies. You recognize him standing there. He is gripping an old woman to his side as he is following behind you.
Right. So Flick will turn to him and just get everyone to the church. It's in the best shape. I'm going to move the beacon there. If you can call out, get everyone there. I need to find something in the inn first. I'm going to try to get everyone to the church. It's in the best shape.
He gives you a quick nod and starts to turn towards that. Turns back and grabs, like making sweeping motions towards people that are still trying to follow you, and directs them towards the church. And he
Right.
starts leading people that way.
Spider Pot is going to move with him, still in the air, but now above him. And when they
Okay.
get to the church, it's going to be above the door of the church, still rotating beacon.
Okay.
But Flick is going to
Absolutely.
go into the swinging sword inn.
Okay. As you go into the building, structurally, the front of it seems sound, but you hear creaking, the wind, the outside wind just pressing against it, ever prevalent. So much so that you're not sure you're ever going to get the sound out of your head. But
Sounds
you,
like a ship, I'm sure.
yeah,
Ship in a storm.
you break through the front of the door, and for a brief moment, there's no wind on you. You just hear the creaking of the building around you. Tables are flung against the far side of the wall. There are just assortment of things that used to be in here all over the place.
Is there anyone here?
You see a little bit of movement. Every now and then you'll see an arm reaching up. There's not too much movement in here. You see a couple bodies. They don't seem to be moving.
Anyone that's moving, Flick's going to try to see if anyone's conscious, able to move.
You come across one body. It's smaller, and you pick it up. They pull it up out of the water, and they look up at you, the eyes just barely blinking open. But as you lift them up out of the water, they grip you, almost drawing on the warmth that you have. And you help them get their feet about them. And they just look at you.
Is it anyone I would recognize?
You don't
Just a
recognize
child.
this person.
You said small. I thought you were talking about Pell.
That was my first guess. Do they look injured? Moving slow?
Yeah, they've got a little bit of blood just kind of smeared across their neck and face. You're not sure where it's coming from, but they're completely soaked, waterlogged, and they look frigid and just are holding on to you.
Listen, I'm going to need your help with something. So hold still for just a moment, and Flick will do something with her gauntlet and press it to the child's arm, and will cast Cure Wounds on them.
Okay. This is a young, we'll say they're about 12 years old. And as you do so, their head kind of leans down and they just kind of almost faint into you for a moment before what you're doing brings strength to them. And you almost see their skin turn a bit more colored from the
I rolled max
paleness.
healing, so they would have got 12 HP.
Fuck yeah. The color
Probably the
returns to
best
them.
they've ever felt.
And they turn, their head raises to look at you, these bright eyes, and they look around at the destruction around them, at the creaking of the building. What do we do?
I need to get some things from my room upstairs. We need to move quickly. I don't know how long the building will stand. We
Is
need to get it to
everyone
the
dead?
Alface. I'm sorry?
Is everyone dead?
Not yet, and I want to keep it that way. We're saving as many people as we can, but I need your help.
Okay.
Follow me.
And she immediately follows you. This girl has long black hair that's tied into a ponytail at the back.
So the building's in bad shape, but I believe Flick's room was on the upper floor, and that's where she's going, as long as she can get there.
Okay. The girl behind you just has a hand gripped, like death grip, into the back of your cloak or whatever it is you're wearing, and she'll follow you up.
So is where Flick's room intact for the most part?
Yeah, the upper levels, the backside, so the stairs go upwards and they turn into a hallway. As soon as you turn into that hallway, you come around a bend. The entire backside is just missing and collapsed. There are boards hanging, cross beams that are collapsed downward. There are splinters going out. You're going to want to be careful as you come back towards the north side, which is more where your room was. Or I'm sorry, the east side.
We're getting Flick's chest and just needing that child's help to carry it. We're going to the All Faith Church next door. We need to get this there. I have supplies that can help everyone.
I can help. I can help.
Good, and Flick will guide her towards one end of the chest and heave ho. Flick will take most of the weight, but it is a lot for Flick on her own.
Okay.
Carefully moving their way back downstairs and trying to get back to the All Faith Church.
Okay. All right, so you guys start to make your way down back towards the All Faith Church. 3.
Yeah. We're just gonna keep moving. Not much I can do.
Okay, you were moving back towards where you thought you saw Rowan and such, or the glint, or heard the glint of that metal.
Going to where I heard it, because fuck it, why not?
Okay. So, as you come around the corner of a building, you feel all this wind coming down on you. And for a brief moment, you feel a shift in pressure go past your face. Does a 12 hit you?
No.
Okay. So, as you briefly come around the corner of this, you feel that shift of air as this club just swings past you. And you see something somewhat familiar. Scales on this face as it fully swings, and just 2 green eyes kind of flicker back towards you. 2 green slits.
Good question. Does it have armor on?
No, it just has natural armor.
Oh, well. I have a Sharktooth Longsword that will deal extra damage to non-armored targets.
Alright.
And when he swings and misses, I'm going to look back up at him, because 3's a pretty short guy. And just take off the mask and grin. So am I officially in combat now?
Yeah, go for it. Make a swing.
So this will be my first turn in combat?
Yep.
All of the things.
Okay.
I love the stretch there. Just
Cool. I just need all my dice real quick.
Gotta get that dice throwing arm ready. Yeah.
Alright, so we're going to take out the Sharktooth Longsword and make an attack with it.
Okay.
I wonder if it would recognize.
That's a nat 20.
Do it. Just do it.
This is going great.
See, I get the natural ones, you get the nat 20s. That's what happens.
So extra hit die to non-armored targets, and this is always going to be two-handed. So that's max damage for a critical hit.
Okay.
So 3 just heave-hoes and cleaves downwards, dealing 21 damage. This is great.
You're
I'm
probably
insulted right now. My womanhood was just attacked.
That Warhammer first. We keep telling you.
You have time for a new weapon.
And
Is it dead? If not, then there's just more pain.
it's cleaved from temple down across down to its hip. And it's
All right.
barely
Uh,
standing.
Oh, right. I forgot to roll my extra D8 for it being my first attack of the turn.
Of course.
Oh,
And because that would be a crit, still, it would take an additional 8. So that was 29 damage in total.
Yeah.
fuck off.
Pretty
First turn in
much,
combat Gloomstalkers are crazy.
essentially, you just barely get past this destroyed building. You feel this brief shift of air and this club go past your face. And, I mean, describe what you do to this creature.
Taking the mask off, smiling at him, baring my fangs, I'm ready to take out my frustrations on him, bring it up, and with the darkness on my side, cleave downwards and just bisect him down from shoulder to hip.
We're talking like early 90s shooter game giblets here.
Yeah.
The two parts of that body just fall into the water and start to drift with the wind and the current towards the east. The blood just filling the water before you can no longer see it.
One round of combat. One.
Attack.
That was a single attack. Yeah.
Liam, as you are making your way down, you see this occurrence happen, and you see 3 there.
Now imagine if 3 multi-classes into Rogue for sneak attack.
Thought about it.
And you come upon them. What are you doing?
I'm gonna walk up to him. That's 10 feet, so I still have 50 feet if I want to move more later.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna ask, what's going on?
No, lizards, and then pull out the bow and make my next 2 attacks.
Interesting.
I would assume because of the wind, I would have a disadvantage.
Wait, is it your turn or my turn?
Well, I still have 2 attacks.
Oh, I moved without being able.
I don't care.
We're not like really ish.
I
in
know, it's
initiative.
kind of
yeah. It's fun. It's loosey goosey.
Yeah, it's loosey goosey. I just want to fire as many arrows as I can to see what
so
happens.
you come up to him.
Can I see anyone else?
You can roll perception at disadvantage.
And
I
I'm
stand
gonna...
ready to just receive the arrows because they won't hit the
Yep.
enemy, they'll hit me.
Well, that was a 17 to hit with the disadvantage.
I'm not even gonna roll a second one because I just rolled a 1 on the first one.
Oh.
Three, are
Nope,
you doing their tracker tonight?
Shit.
While that's happening, I'm going to just, I guess, keep moving southeast with the rest of the movement I have.
Yeah, go for it.
Cool.
Are you doing the tracker 3? For all of our nat 1s and 20s?
Do I see anything around me?
I've lost track at this point because I couldn't find a screenshot of the updated total.
As you head down that way, you get a glimpse of Rowan just to your left.
I rolled for those 2 more attacks because I wanted to see what would happen, and that's with the disadvantage, 17. And the second attack, I rolled a nat 20 and then a 19.
Okay. Go ahead and do damage.
Sweet.
Oh, so that's all I got. That's all my movement. So I'm just gonna be like, I'm on my way over to you guys.
Just going through my arrows, just...
You just see Rowan, like... God.
That's okay,
I'm,
that's
I'm taking the low rolls so you can have the high rolls, okay?
total of 18 damage. 1 did 10 and 1 did 8.
Okay.
However, not knowing my target, I'm just doing blunt arrows because I might accidentally hit Rowan or
Okay.
someone else.
Can't you see the target?
Not really. I'm just going off memory, kind of. That's why these are at disadvantage.
So, Nina and Rowan, you guys have both moved. Well, Nina, you've moved into a position to help flank against this creature that you've seen attacking Rowan. And as you
Vice
go,
versa, but yes. Rowan moved to flank because it was attacking me.
there we go. As you guys come around this creature, it disappears out of sight, and you just see a splash of water, which quickly is obscured by the wind and rain still coming, and you're left just barely seeing each other in front of you as its body just floats away.
Yeah, it's unconscious. Can they breathe underwater? If they can't, he's drowning.
Lizards
So
will can, I think. They're amphibious.
we see that it's a body floating away, or it's trying to escape.
No, its body is floating down.
Okay.
It's knocked the fuck out. Blunt
I
arrow.
still hit it.
Alright, fine. Jeez.
You go
He
to
has more
swing
fun.
after it, and the hammer hits it, the splash of water coming up and against your face, your hair swooshing back before dripping back down.
You know what's great about hitting an incapacitated target? It counts as a critical hit if you hit it. So there you go, you got your crit.
Nina is gonna just step forward and kind of clutch Rowan's arm, because like she finally found her, and it's just like, what the fuck is happening?
I think it's the cult attacking the town. Just anything you see related to cult, just we gotta stop it.
Hit it.
Well, the water's rising.
I can swim.
You can also drown. Didn't someone said it was coming from the quarry? I heard Flick earlier, right? Flick said, okay.
Yeah.
Flick pointed out that it's coming from the quarry. I think we need to head that way.
Well, about that.
Fine, let's head that way then.
Oh yeah, then they're gonna come towards me and we're gonna meet up and it's gonna be a happy little reunion.
Yeah, Nina's not gonna let go of Rowan's arm, so she's just like half dragging, half like leaning on as they're trudging through.
As you guys start to move towards the way that you believe is back west, you happen to spy Liam, who has just moved past you. Liam, what are you doing?
Ooh, as I saw them, I'm gonna run towards them.
Okay.
And stay by them. Like, we're going through this together. Obviously, there's some fuckery here. We need to stick together. Plus, I get sneak attacked if I stay with them.
Okay.
Wait. I'm gonna look around and see if I see Follow before heading to the quarry to see if he's like.
He body surfed away, didn't he?
Like I'm just looking to see if he like surfed way away or if he like gathered his feet somewhere nearby.
Okay, yeah, make a perception check at disadvantage.
I'll just say not one now. Why not? Perception?
Yep.
12.
Okay. You don't see him necessarily, but you recall that he had floated away on top of your shield back down the road towards the east, the path that headed towards where the market was previously.
I'll just yell or turn to Nita because she's got me grabbed. Like, I will meet you at the quarry, but I gotta go find Follow first. And then, like, just start running / wading heavily through the water.
Yeah, we're really good at keeping the party together.
Bye!
So, Nina, Rowan breaks off from you, and you're left standing looking at
Unless she
Liam.
wants to try to stop me.
Rowan is scatterbrained.
I am so over this! And she's gonna grab Liam's arm and start marching towards the quarry.
Liam,
Heard that, don't care. Keep moving.
Going to. Oh, this is what I'll do. How many of us are by each other?
2 of you are together. Rowan's just split off to head towards the quarry.
So
3
it's just-
exists.
So it's just me and Nina together?
At the moment.
Okay, I'm going to tie the rope around us. But with enough slack between us that we're not going to be like sitting ducks, because it's a 60-foot rope.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
at
yeah.
least this way we're not going to lose each other.
And if
Yeah.
she's in trouble, you can just have the rope curl her back towards you.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
what is this?
Did you ask her consent?
No.
Uh,
I feel like right now you don't need it.
He's a rogue. Why does a rogue ask for consent? He sticks his hand in
You just sleight of hand it, and all of a sudden I've got a rope tied around my waist.
so this is for us to stick together. Now where are we going?
The quarry. Flick said it's coming from the quarry.
Okay. Which direction is that? Because I can't see for shit.
I think it's that way.
Make a perception check.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want me to do like survival or?
Oh yeah, no.
perception?
That's yes.
Wait,
Survival. Yep.
Wait. I'm with her. Can I help her? And if so, since she has the disadvantage, can my helping her cancel that out to be a straight roll?
Well, it's survival, so it's not disadvantage, right? It was
Yeah,
just
survival's
perception
not
that
a
was?
disadvantage right now, weirdly.
Do you? Or can I help her and she gets
Yeah,
advantage?
you can help her.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, that one's cocked. So that's an 11 plus a 1, so 12.
Okay.
Or-
Okay.
It was a 7 was my lower one. It was 11 was my higher one.
Okay, so between the both of you, you feel the water hitting you and the wind just beating against you. And Nina, you get a sense to be able to find this, you're going to have to push against it. Therefore, you're going to head towards the area that's pushing against you. So you start heading west towards where you think it's coming from.
All right, I hope this rope is strong. We've got to go against the current.
It will be.
All right, so the 2 of you start heading west. As you start to you pass through the crossroads section and you start coming towards where it hits the western path, where the quarry path starts to head. You hear a voice call out. 3, you see the 2 of them tied together, starting to head that way. What are you doing?
Oh, I see them. Great. And I see it's Nina. Perfect. Hey, princess, are you doing okay?
Better get your ass over here.
I make everything better. Always find time to annoy Nina.
She's so annoyed right now. You know how many times she ran north and south today?
Hey, so, where you going?
Quarry.
No,
Flick says that's where it's coming from.
it 100% is.
Then we're gonna stop it, or this entire town's gonna drown.
I don't think there's any stopping it. I got very close, and it just sapped my strength away. Unless you are stronger than I am, there is a very high chance we are not going to make it.
Well, now I have to try just to prove that.
Damn it, woman! I'm
Hey.
trying to tell you that
I'm
we
trying
can't
to-
go that way.
I'm tied to Liam, so we're gonna give it a shot.
You probably needed Rowan, the only character with high strength.
Okay.
You guys,
Fine.
conversation is really hard to have. It is literally you guys are screaming at each other, like face to face, screaming to be
Right.
heard between each other. And
Which that makes it that much more like tension driven.
Yes.
So he's
So
just going to take the middle of the rope between them and tie it around himself too. Fine.
Or just a chain of monkeys, like, you know.
all right. So you
I
guys
just have this image of Nina being like a wet cat that's very
Yeah.
wet.
So we have a figurative wet cat, an actual wet cat, and a half elf.
Okay, so Nina 3, have you inserted yourself to the middle or
Yes.
you
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you were grasping at the middle of this rope and then Liam.
Choo choo.
Oh, the DM's laughing. This is bad. This is bad.
What happened?
The 3 of you make athletics checks as you
Oh no.
start to head down the path of this
You better hope at least 2 of you succeed.
and make
Oh,
it at
no.
disadvantage.
Damn it!
Well, you would say that as soon as I roll a 20, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Freaking A.
That's 16 plus 4. That's still a 20, just not
Okay.
natural.
That's a 6.
Okay.
It's a good thing I'm behind you. You just start falling. No.
Got it?
What is it?
An 8.
Oh.
Okay.
Damn it, I'm pulling both of you.
Nina, you are pressing through the strength of this wind. The rain, with the strength of the wind, just pelting you in the face. Your skin is starting to feel raw as you push forward. Your foot gets caught in the mud, and you feel a piece of debris hit your knee, and it buckles under you. And you go to your knees in the water and lose your footing. As you start to fall backwards, 3, you press forward and you see Nina drift past you quickly, and you brace yourself. Nina, your body
Hold on to the
drifts
rope.
into Liam, and as you hit into Liam, both of you, like Liam, you just almost, without even expecting it, like grip around her as the both of you just get drift away, like pulled into the current. At this point, we're at about 3.5 feet of water, and the wind is pressing it, driving the current eastward.
Everyone check your heights real quick.
The 2 of you are just pulled against the rope, which is now taut, and 3 is holding it, bracing, as 2 people are now pulling against them.
To make
Yeah,
it worse,
it's like
you
up
said
to,
that
like,
the,
here on me.
you said that the water's up to 3.5 feet.
Yeah?
I'm 5'4".
Okay. Okay.
Is he doing this? He's just going to very calm, bring them back towards him, help them up, and ask them, sure, you want to do this. I don't want to lose anyone else, please.
Okay, fine. North. Flick went north. Let's.
Thank you. Don't fall, and I'm gonna just go.
Glug, 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 glug.
I helped you up too.
Are you drinking the water?
Drowning.
That's just
Did we just fall again? Just
that's bubbles. Glug, 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 glug.
at this point, I should just carry you both.
All right.
If I could see, I'd be Misty stepping, but I can't see, so.
I am really rethinking my life choices because all I can do is stab things with knives right now. And
All I can do is burn things in the rain. That's
All I'm good for is combat. I'm fighting the water. Just think you're fighting the water. Stab it to make you feel better.
fight in the rain. I'll be right back.
Okay.
How's Flick doing?
Flick, what are you doing?
Well, we need to get to the church first.
Okay. Yeah. You are driving people towards the church. You have already sent Spider Pot towards the church, and it has set itself at the top where the bell is ringing, just atop that area, trying to send out the light. And people are being drawn to it.
So, the lantern, even with the reflective mirror to give it more directional strength, you're saying is not very strong. But I can make it better now that I have my stuff. So, how strong would the daylight spell be powering a bullseye lantern?
Okay. Read it to me.
Daylight is basically a 60-foot radius sphere of bright light, 60-foot bright light, 60-foot dim light. As a spell, it also dispels any magical darkness of a third level or lower. It's basically just a really powerful light, but Flick would be putting it into what is basically a bullseye lantern to magnify all of the light in one direction.
Bullseye lantern. And the bullseye lantern, is this something you're making?
It's what Flick made with the hood and the mirror and the other lantern. That was the purpose of making it rotate, was because with the mirror she could make it stronger in one direction.
Bullseye lanterns do exist in D&D. It's not a new thing.
Make either a tinkering or an arcana check.
Tinkering is something, well, tinkering is what I do, so we will do that.
Hey, I'm a tinker. I do tinker things.
I heard fingering is what I do, and I was like, what?
That would
Sorry,
be
Vicious
What
and get
one?
corrected.
You 100% are able to make this work.
because what we're doing is taking the drift globe out of the box and using that as the light source for the bullseye lantern.
All right.
And the drift globe can be used to create the effect of the sunlight spell.
Okay. So
So we're supercharging this thing and sending it back up to the top of the church.
yeah, I love it. I love it. So
Kendra saves the day again.
you do exactly what you're saying. You are able to get that up towards where Spider Pot is and affixate it to it. And then you work your way back down towards just past the bell where the bell is ringing constantly. And all of a sudden, this bright beam of light just shoots out amidst the darkness of this chaos, and it just slowly goes around. You can't hear any effect from it, but there's this just sense of brightness and warmness, safety amidst this complete chaos. This day that started out with a funeral and a fun day at the market to complete trauma and disaster. And you've just shot this beacon of light out. And you don't know if people are seeing it, but you have this sense of you know they are, and they are being drawn towards it.
Now we need to actually go into the church to see if anybody has made it here, which sounds like someone was at least ringing the bell.
Okay.
With the
So
little girl help.
yeah, you go back inside. You happen to see the little 12-year-old girl with the black ponytail. She has been waiting where you had crawled up and has just been waiting, like braced, looking for you. And as soon as she sees you, she you see her shoulders drop a bit, happy to see that you had made it back down. You're her only sense of self at the moment. Anyone she has known before is gone. You're the only thing she recognizes as safety at this moment, and you've just come back down, and she is waiting for you.
Quick, we need to get inside and see who's here.
Okay. And she shuffles back down and leads you down the stone staircase. And you see people starting to drift inside. What do we do? What do we do?
For the moment, we need to make sure we can get everyone we can here to safety. If there's anyone coming in, get them somewhere safe. Does this church have a fireplace, somewhere to start a fire? A big one.
I'll find out. and she scurries off. And for a moment, you see a familiar face. You see the priest, which I have forgotten his name. Imdar. The priest Imdar Rolandor. His robes are completely soaked and there are mud stains, and he trudges towards you, holding the arm of someone, just barely grasping onto him. It's good to see you.
Yes, we need to work quickly to help as many people as we can. I've placed a beacon on the roof that should draw more people to the church.
Good. This is probably the most stable structure there is here.
Of course, we need a big fire. We need to get these people warm as quickly as we can. Is anyone severely injured? Is anyone on the edge?
He looks
Anyone
back
that's come in?
along the edge of the far side of the wall, where he has already set up an area where some injured are lying. None of these seem to be at their end. And he looks towards the back side of the building where there are a couple bodies laid. He's like, that's where I'm setting the ones that have no hope. They're beyond our help. Those over there could use a little, but if you need to save your strength, I'd say go back out there.
I'm going to try to bring as many people as we can. We need to tend to the people, but we don't want to stay here too long. It seems like the water is getting worse. For now, this should be a safe haven. I want to see as many people saved as we can. Tend to who you can. I've brought with me my supplies. If you can make a basic gruel, feeds people who needs it, get anyone their strength so we can get as many people moving.
He grips your arm and he draws close and he says, Lemura's on her way. Don't fear for this building. We'll be safe soon.
And it's difficult for me to carry this with me. And Flick will point to the large chest that has most of her things in it. There is a healthy supply of flour and pemmican, dried meats. Use it to feed these people if they need it.
He gives a nod and then quickly starts addressing a couple people who come over and start digging through the chest. They seem familiar with the items, and they immediately take it towards the back.
I'm going to go out. There's still plenty of people I can help out there. But the beacon should draw more to this location.
Be careful. This is not a natural storm.
Of course. I've never seen a wave like that so far from, well, water.
Telling me. And he turns and starts heading back towards the wounded.
As a final note, Father Imda, Jalassa is at the smithy south of the wagon yard. There are others there. I will mention them that you are safe here as well, if I manage to.
This
Information is
building.
important in times of crisis.
Absolutely. He looks off towards the side. Felger. He calls over a short man who scurries up to them. He gives a brief nod, and this man has a long beard, dark beard that's drawn, braided to a point. We're going to need some messages sent. Jalassa's got a group of people down the ways. Which house did you say they were at?
I can't remember the name of the smith, but it's to the south of Wilbur's Wagon Works.
It's Fanghorns. And he turns and whispers some, or speaks some words to them. And the dwarven man gives a nod, moves past you towards the entrance, and grips the stone doorwork. And you see their eyes go white, and you see their lips starting to move. You don't hear any words or anything as the rushing of the air going past, but you get a sense that they are following your direction.
And I have one last request before I head back out. Can I borrow a pew?
An entire pew?
Yes. A wooden one.
He kind of looks back at all the pews. He's like, take your pick.
Of course, thank you. And like, we'll start dragging it outside.
Okay. The pews are quite heavy.
But they are made of wood.
They are made of wood.
We just gotta get it in the water where it will float.
Okay. Make me a strength check for starters.
Drink. Can I motion for anyone to help me drag it out into the water?
Absolutely.
Because that's a natural one.
Okay.
So Flick's not getting it anywhere by herself.
Okay.
Please, I need some help. Just into the water with one.
Okay. Quite a few of the people that are around watching this tiefling, this tabaxi cat drag and try and pull, trying several different ways to drag this thing outward. Most of the people seem very terrified and frightened. No one seems to know how to help you at the moment. Yeah, no one seems to really know what to do with what you're doing.
So much for that idea. Like, we'll just abandon the pew and back out into the store.
Okay.
It wasn't going to work anyway because I forgot Spider Pod is occupied.
Ugh. Okay. Rowan. You are making your way down the path towards...
I was heading in the direction that Falvo washed away.
Okay. So all you know is that they were washed towards the east side, and you were just following the path of the water that seems to be moving, the current. You aren't able to really spy them yet. I'm not going to even make you roll for it because it's been a bit. And you don't see them. You finally make your way to a split in the road where the path either goes northeast or southeast.
I will grasp that way symbol again and just feel for like some sort of urge of what direction to go. I'm rolling a d4. I will head the northeast direction.
Okay. So you start making your way northeast. Make me a perception check with disadvantage.
So I'll say that one again. Alright. Be a dirty 20.
Okay. You get a ways up the path. You were familiar with these paths previously, but with the aftermath of that tidal wave that crashed through Red Larch, the buildings being crushed, some of the smaller ones completely decimated. It's difficult to tell exactly where you are. This doesn't feel like the way you should be going. Nothing really seems to look familiar with all the chaos going around you. You're starting to feel a panic build within you as everything passing by you is debris and water and wind and pelting rain and bodies. You don't see Valleyville.
Having moved forward and not seen anything a ways up, I will turn and start backtracking to where the other path kind of veered off.
Okay. You make your way back and start heading down towards the other path. As you start to make your way down, it seems just as destructive and decimated as the other area. However, this feels like the path of heading towards the marketplace where the flea market had been previously. And some of the water seems to be heading towards that area. You just get this sense this is the better way to go. Nina, Liam, and 3. You guys all tied together. 3, you have just stopped Nina and Liam from being dragged away as they slowly start to get their feet under them. What are you guys doing?
Heading north towards. I really don't know. Towards
Yeah,
the path I made.
Yeah, I think Nina said go north, but Three's kind of the one leading because he was the one who like managed to catch himself.
Yeah, we're just gonna go north towards the path I made, so these two stop falling.
And so you don't drown because you're short king.
That has nothing to do with it. I'm just looking out for you.
I'm only an inch taller than you, so I'm gonna drown if you drown. So.
How tall are you?
5'5".
5'4".
How tall are you, Liam?
5'9".
Okay. All 3 of you make perception checks.
Disadvantage on these?
Disadvantage.
What is
4 and a 2, so that's gonna be a 3.
That is 13.
I need new dice.
God, I hate that. So I rolled a 20 at first, and then I rolled a 2.
Oh my gosh.
This is perception, right?
Yeah.
That's a 6.
Nina's hair is just blowing back in
Yeah.
the wind and just like whipping.
It is whipping around. At one point, your hair hits into your eye and makes that stinging sensation that
Ouch.
just fucking sucks. 3.
Yeah.
You notice as the 3 of you are tied together, and even more so, you're gripping each other's arms and slowly trudging your way upwards. You notice just off to the side a container. You don't know why it catches your attention other than the building next to it is completely decimated. But this thing sits there untouched. It looks like a almost glass piece of container with a bronze topping to it. And that's all you really notice on it. Seems to be undamaged.
Follow the ADHD.
Meaning?
Gonna go get it.
Ooh, shiny thing.
Yes. Follow the dopamine. It's shiny.
All right. You head
Go.
towards it.
Go toward it and just pick it up. If it's heavy, too bad.
You go towards it. What are you going to do towards it once you approach it?
Well, once I approach it, I'll get a better look at it first.
Okay. You get towards it and you notice that it looks like there was a lid on it that has since been opened. It's tall. It's about 4 feet tall. And it seems like a cylindrical glass piece with bronze pieces around the bottom and around the top. And as far as you can tell, it's mostly empty except for any rainwater that has since filled it.
I have no idea why I want this, but it caught my eye, so I'm going to tip it over and pour out the water, and now I just have this carrying it with me.
Okay, there are straps on it.
Oh, thank God, there's straps.
There's straps attached to it as if you could wear it almost as a backpack.
This is making me think it's some kind of mortar now. This feels like a weapon. I'm definitely taking it now.
Okay. Are you putting it on?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So you put it on, putting your arms through the straps of it and wearing it basically as a backpack. And Liam and Nina, anything on your ends?
Oh, just keep fighting against the current, trying to make it to higher ground.
While Bree tugs the rope off towards this thing he saw.
Yeah.
I've got nothing.
Okay.
I'm thoroughly at a loss because if I can't run, if I can't stab, if I can't steal, I'm nothing. I am nothing.
Okay.
And I can't really see anything, so not with my rolls tonight.
Okay. So you guys start making your way northward. Flick, where are you headed now?
Well, everybody she knows that isn't in the church that she's come across is south, so that's where she's headed. And
Okay.
everybody's talking about how 3 is going to be submerged. Well, the first thing they might notice is like cat ears periscoping above the water.
Oh yeah. How tall are you?
5'3" is what I
Oh,
have.
wow, we're really short. Rowan? How tall are you?
5'8".
I'm the tallest.
Like,
Oh, we have 5, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 9.
Yep.
Well, I guess if I ever get tired and I need to lean on something, I know whose head to put my elbow on.
I mean, 3 probably gets bigger when he shifts. That might become an angry thing to lean on.
It might.
Nope. Gonna do it. Gonna do it.
Okay. All right.
And I have to now.
Flick is making our way south along the main road.
Okay.
We're going to see if there's anybody identifiable out in the streets at this point, but with the water so high, it's probably unlikely.
You start to make your way southward, just completely flabbergasted by the destruction around you. You are not unfamiliar with storms and hurricane type situations from where you grew up. However, this is so disorienting and out of place where this is occurring, that it's still it's just really setting you off your normal, natural sense. You make your way further south, and it takes you a bit, but eventually the two of your groups manage to find each other using the middle ground that 3 had kind of built up a bit. At this point, there's not as much, but it's still enough that you can move easier going across the middle of the town, and you guys happen to meet up. And you come across the 3 of them that are tied together.
One with a tank on his back.
What the hell is that thing?
I have no idea. I found it. It's shiny. It's mine.
Well, fine. Where are you headed?
To you.
I'm headed south.
Well, fuck. Why?
Because we need to find more people to save, and we need to stop this problem.
Well, I don't think the problem's stopping, and we didn't see anyone.
Why isn't the problem stopping? Have you gotten to it?
I tried. I really did. I tried my absolute hardest, and I don't think it's going to stop. I almost made it to the quarry, but everything was pushing me back too much.
Where's Rowan? Where is she?
Find, I think you, I don't know, went this way. Just point behind Flick.
Can I just shout something?
Yeah, sure.
Come out and face us, cowards! That's it.
We will now just turn to you and say, why would you do that? I like it. It solves a problem. But why would you do that?
Because we're sitting ducks out here, and I would better face something.
We
All
still,
right, hell yeah.
I still say we need to try once more to get to the heart of this thing. We're supposed to be heroes, aren't we?
I am not a hero. I
don't
am
think so,
someone
either.
who tries to help. And if the wrath of any of the gods is in that quarry, what do you expect me to do? I tried, and I failed. I tried again with these two, and I failed.
What if we go north? Like, can we tell how far the tidal wave reached? Like, did it take the whole town? Was it only just this, like, chunk or this block of town?
I got the swinging sword in. It
What,
was
Liam?
even more destroyed there.
Can I just interject something real quick?
Yeah.
I'm gonna punch 3 in the face.
Oh, damn.
Back roll?
Damn, bro.
Oh,
I had this coming, but I didn't expect it.
Unarmed. Supposed to do that's a 13.
That does not meet.
Give me some bonus. That's a 16.
That hits.
Okay, so the first one's a feint, like to make you flinch, and then the other one actually hits. And I'm just gonna say, get it together. This is what we do. And now we're even.
I almost hit
roll damage on that.
I mean, it's a symbolic hit. I don't actually want to hurt him.
Well, let me just see what your unarmed is, because that's a flat damage. That's
It's
0!
literally 0. I can't hurt anyone if I just punch him. This is
That's,
where I use knives.
that is fair. Just punched me in the face. Just
If I punch someone without using claws, I can heal them because I have a -1.
okay.
So you want me first? That's fair. Oh, I really want to hit you back now. You want me to again try just to fail. Am I hearing that correctly?
If you fail, at least we fail together. Now get over it. Let's go.
There's
Liam, you
something terrible
start to
happening.
move forward after this, and
Ooh, you have a real punchable face right now.
you move past the group, and 3, you feel the rope suddenly tug on you as Liam just starts going.
Flick's gonna move with Liam towards the back towards the quarry. She's not done here, and she also doesn't give a shit about any, as 3 puts it, gods that might be angry in the quarry.
Nina?
I'm just gonna look to Nina and just ask, okay,
So what we've got is
what are you going to do?
a woman who can burn things, a cat who likes to tinker, we're missing our angelic cursed warhammer.
Who's
a-
also an anchor.
A cat boy who has a bow and arrow.
Cat girl.
Cat girl, sorry. No. I'm talking about
3.
Oh,
Or is it-
I'm sorry.
and a mildly chaotic person who can only really like point things with stick things with that are pointy, versus God who can control the weather. Sounds like a fair fight. Let's go.
I beat the god controlling the weather last time. I'll do it again.
I will ask Nina. All right. What do you want to do?
I would rather be dry right now, but I also don't want to split up again. Nothing good comes from us doing that. And I'm also tied to him!
And I just keep going.
I don't know what no good about being split up. I feel like I got to quite a bit done.
Is Flick right by us?
Yeah.
Flick is right
By
there.
the time that both of the ropes are just tugging on me now, the 3 is fucking pissed.
The rope now wraps around Flick.
3 is
No.
pissed as he's just going. Filled with anger to keep him going. Fine. If we're failing, this is the last time.
I'd rather not have the rope on me. I feel. I'm sorry, but I feel safer not tied to 3 other people.
And after a little bit, after his anger, he chuckles and says, "Third time's the charm."
Nina,
Living up to your namesake now, are we?
Yes.
as you are being tugged along and following after Liam and Flick and 3 being dragged along just a little bit behind you, even though they're in the middle, you hear this voice amidst everything. You follow these fools, these idiots, when beauty is being born around you. And this raspy voice just breathes in.
He's just gonna shut up!
What?
I said shut up.
You shut up.
Fine.
Where the fuck is Rowan?
Rowan,
Meanwhile,
I can't find her token anywhere.
you make your way down the path towards the market. As
Oh.
you are starting to make your way down there, make me an athletics check.
Just straight.
Yes.
Four.
You are trudging your way down the path that you remember previously, feeling driven onward, and your foot catches on a branch, and you tumble forward, and suddenly the water, which has been slowly, steadily rising, tumbles over you, and you roll, and you start to drift down, carried quickly by the current.
3 is tree.
And you you find yourself rolling and tumbling through the water until you come to a sudden stop, braced against something, and you reach up and grasp at it and drag yourself up out of the water, breathing air, gasping for it. And you feel what you have grasped onto shift and lean down next to you, and it chuckles into your ear, and then it makes a swipe at you.
I'm assuming my shield of faith is now gone by this point, right?
Yeah. That. Yeah, that's a 24 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. You have basically just found yourself tumbled into a lizard person. They have made a swing at you, this time with a javelin, the end of it just sweeping across. No, that's only 3 points of damage. And after it swipes at you, it takes a step back, like shoving you off as it sweeps its javelin across you. What are you doing?
Oh boy. I'm about to die. I will stand up and touch myself to cure, with healing hands, 5 hit points to myself.
Okay.
Oops. And, as a bonus action, I will... What will I do? As a bonus action, I'll do I'll do a healing word on myself to heal some more.
Okay.
So 1d4. So I'll heal an additional... additional 6, okay. And then that's it for my turn.
Okay. The lizard creature takes a moment stepping back, and it raises its javelin to strike at you again as you take a moment to heal yourself. But all of a sudden, a burst of purple smoke just slams against its chest, and the powder of it just completely encasing its face and chest, and it coughs as it steps backwards a bit, the rain and the wind quickly carrying it away and soaking it, and it starts to try and scrape at the leftover powder, and as it tries to scrape the powder off, it's screeching and the skin starts to slough off. As you see, wherever the purple powder had rested, is burning into the skin. And you look to the side where there is this, not a caravan, but like almost like a crap. Not a tent, but like basically a wooden structure near the market that was permanently there. And on top of it, you see a stall. Fucking hell. Thank you. A wooden stall that you see a couple people atop of. And you, just out of the corner of your eye, just barely see a flash of green and purple hair as a short figure stands up with another ball in their hand. And they just look at you. Are you okay? You okay? Do you need more? And she looks down at the other people and she starts just doling things out of this box and just start handing things out.
Is that Kippen?
Yeah,
And it's Kippen.
I'm gonna. Is that you, Kippen?
Is that you, Rowan? Is it you? You're doing great. You're doing so great. Holy shit, I thought that guy was gonna kill you.
Well, he was about to. I'll be completely frank.
I don't know who Frank is, but what the fuck is happening?
Uh, I don't have time to explain, but just can you try to just help as many people as possible?
Okay, okay, be careful. Where are the rest of them?
I lost track of my friends. I'm actually trying to find. Have you happened to see like a Volvo, if you're familiar, like floating
Valvo?
by with a
Yeah.
shield?
Yeah. No, I know Valvo. He was floating. He was floating away on like some kind of piece of shield, some kind of metal. I don't know where he was going, but he seemed to be okay.
Oh gosh. Well, that was my shield, so I'm trying to find it. Can you just tell me what direction he came from?
Valuable stole your shield?
No. I threw it to the side. It's a whole other story. I'm just trying to get it back so I can go help my friends.
In that moment, a gust of wind hits the structure that they're on and it shifts a little bit, and you see her grip a little bit more onto the structure as the other two also grip onto it, and they all kind of reach out and grab each other. Kippin's box starts to slide towards the edge, and she makes a leap for it and just wraps herself around it. And the other person on it reaches out and grabs her and keeps her from falling into the rushing water. Okay, I think I'm just gonna stay here.
Yeah, we'll just stay there. Try to stay up there as best as possible.
Okay.
I don't know what's.
Yeah, the water's going pretty fast. I don't know if I'm just gonna stay here. This seems like a good place. Really up high, you know?
You get the best vantage point ever. Just stay there. Uh, if you can, try to help people, but don't try to fall into the water, okay?
I
Okay.
would kill for Pippin.
You see her, like, her legs and arms are literally wrapped around this box as, like, someone's just barely got a grip on the back of her shirt. She's just like, okay, yeah, no, that sounds like a good idea. I'm just gonna stay here. This is good. This is good. We're gonna be okay. You're doing great. You're doing great.
And so are you.
Okay. You,
And
as
I'll
you're,
just as the last minute thing, just
Yeah.
yell up to her like, "May Herodias guide you," and then turn away.
okay. Where are you headed?
Whatever direction that she pointed at, that Valivo had floated away.
Okay. She was pointing towards the southwest.
Okay, so that's where I will head.
Okay. Oops. All right. The rest
Split
of
the
you.
party. Split the party.
Oh my goodness.
The first thing Flick's going to do is try to, since we're pushing back towards the quarry, Flick will try to push her way out front, holding her shield in front of her to kind of brace against the water. But she's also going to touch 4 different parts of her armor, all of which will start glowing with a bright light, but it's only a light radius of 5 feet, just to kind of make her much easier to see to everyone else, since she's not on the rope. And that would
Also,
be magical tinkering.
quick question. As it's dawned upon me, it's hard to see. Is it dark out?
Yes.
I'm
But we
invisible.
haven't been able to see the 3 at all.
Nope. The only time would be when I'm close to Nina because of the fucking dragon sword.
Oh
It's
yeah.
It's not. We're not really. Not technically relying on dark vision. It's just raining so heavily, everything's lightly obscured.
Yeah.
But she said it was dark too, so.
It's Yeah, I mean, everything is kind of shadowed. So,
Just going in and out of existence.
yeah, essentially.
You're gonna make me pick up blind fighting just so I can keep track of fucking 3.
I mean, you don't need to see 3 to know that 3 is there.
He's always there.
Okay.
Flick's just lighting up her armor a bit to make her very easy to see, and will take point, holding shield out front to press back against the waves. I mean, they know they're going for the quarry, so she's just gonna go straight there, trying to use whatever's left of buildings to get cover.
Okay.
Then, since we're making a last attempt, I'm going to then also stick kind of to the side of them, mold earth to give Flick a little bit of a path forward. Is it going to take a while? Yeah. Is it going to help us tremendously? Yeah.
Flick is now the frontliner.
Yep.
I do have an 18 AC right now.
Okay. Okay. So you guys are going to basically start to make your way. Are you going to use the road or what's left of the middle area, or do you plan to kind of wade your way back just straight west, south, southwest?
I don't know if that line's visible.
Did you draw? Oh, there it is.
Got it.
Yeah.
We have wasted a lot of time, and at this point there's enough water that the road is not necessarily beneficial.
Okay. All right.
Honestly, the grass is probably the grass and tree roots are probably holding the dirt more stable than the road would be.
Yeah. For the most part, all of these buildings that you are basically passing through, they no longer exist. They have been smashed and have drifted away. All you have are jagged splinters of lumber that are possibly still standing, and then just driftwood and debris that are being slammed against you. At this point, free rocks from the quarry are starting to come that way, and the floodwaters are now starting to mix with mud as well.
The good thing that this works with loose earth, and mud is loose earth.
Yes, so go ahead. As you guys continue to trek towards the west, towards the quarry, make athletic checks at disadvantage.
She used
Wow,
the
that's
D
actually
word
very
again.
Ooh, that's not too bad. 14.
Okay, we're not doing too bad.
17.
15.
1.
Poor Liam.
On my
That's so many nat ones tonight.
Yeah.
I wish I had an accurate count going to the counter.
Are you keeping count of it?
No, I lost track of the accurate count. So
We are trying to stay close together.
Yes.
If Liam fumbles, would you let me use a bonus action to help him out with something specific?
You guys all had good enough rolls. As Liam, the rest of you are trudging. All of you are trudging through this. Your muscles are starting to tremble. This is exhausting work for you to try and push towards this. And suddenly, you 3 and Nina, you feel a slight tug on the rope. 3, you didn't connect to the rope, correct?
I've been attached to the rope.
I'm
yes.
sorry, not 3. Flick.
Flick is not connected now.
Okay. You happen to see Liam as they suddenly get pulled under the water. Liam, as you are slammed into by something. You grasp, it seems to wrap itself around you almost, and you fight with it as you struggle through the water and try and make your way to the surface, pressing against it. It doesn't seem to be trying to drag you down, but you press upwards, and as you gasp for air, the rope is the only thing keeping you where you're at, and you still have a hand on that object, and as you pull it close, you see it's a body of someone. Their eyes are just open and completely sightless. The mouth slack open as water is just pouring through it and outward, and you let it go as it starts to drift downwards, following the
anyone
current.
ill?
You don't just right off the bat recognize it.
Okay.
It seems like an old woman. Make me make a history check, I
Oh,
guess.
Straight?
Yeah.
God, please don't be a shitty roll.
This brat.
That's an 11.
Okay.
We all have black cats.
They look vaguely familiar.
Oh god, is that Hell's grandmother?
Or is that the hag from
They look like they are in an overall type thing. You can't see much more of them, but the old graying hair is so matted and just kind of being drawn by the current. And as their body just kind of floats downwards and away, you're drawn back to that moment of conversation that you had with Pel's grandmother.
God, no, Hell's an orphan!
And at that moment, you feel a tug as Flick reaches down and helps pull you up.
Who did we lose?
3.
We lost a 3. Thanks, Flick! As I pull
No,
myself-
Flick wouldn't have to use her hands to do that. He would just feel a familiar tug, as she's done this to pull him out of the water before. And also to push him in water once. Telekinetic pull.
Okay.
So I'm being pulled up?
Yep.
Yeah, you're pulled back to your feet proper.
Good.
And then you all push through with your rolls. You make your way towards where the quarry edge is, and it starts to dip down. The water coming out of here, the wind, you see the edge of the cliffside far behind, like far before you. And it looks like the storm, for the most part, all the wind seems to be coming from that area. You can't really tell where exactly. It just seems to be coming from somewhere along that cliffside wall. The
Is there
wind,
anything-
the rain, and the storm clouds all seem to be moving that away from it.
Is there any like darker shadows along the cliff wall that might be an opening?
You don't notice anything right off the bat.
So my Discord just kind of destroyed itself, so I missed a little bit of that.
You guys are basically at the entrance of the quarry.
All right, and you said that up towards the top here seems like it's kind of where it's coming from.
Along the cliff wall, basically the entirety of where the cliff wall wraps around, that whole area, it seems like the wind is coming from there. And the whole, like, quarry area is completely flooded. at this point.
Yeah, where would you say we are at on this ledge here?
You guys,
I need to know my range.
yeah, you guys are probably right about there.
Okay. So like end of the pink line.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
I'd
Nina's
say
just
right
gonna
about there.
fling a firebolt straight across the quarry then.
Okay.
So ranged attack, do you want me to make it at disadvantage?
Well, where are
I'm going-
you aiming towards?
Just like straight across. It's 120 feet. I have straight across.
Okay. I mean, if you
Kind
don't...
of to try and light it up as much as I can, but also hopefully maybe hit something.
Okay, yeah, no, just... We don't even really... Yeah, actually, go ahead and make one.
Okay. Regular or disadvantage?
Just regular.
Well, that is a 4 plus 7, so an 11.
And what was it you were flinging?
Firebolt.
Firebolt. Your firebolt gets about a quarter of the way before the torrent of rain and wind just snuff it out.
I just remembered I've been here and I have Natural Explorer, so I know exactly where everything is here. So I can navigate us
Until
through.
everything got moved around by natural disaster.
Well, I don't think a fucking cliff moved.
Gotta get closer. Can't see anything.
We could try to scale up the side.
I think we have to get down into it first, don't we?
Yeah.
Aren't we
No need.
coming from a cliff?
3 is going to tie a rope to a barbed arrow and shoot it up at the cliff. That's right. That's just right over here. A little elevated up there.
Towards the side of it?
Yeah, because it's going to be it's a higher elevation than the water,
Okay.
and it's within the 50 feet that the rope will let me do.
Okay.
And the barbed arrow should get stuck in the wall as they kind of spring out when they hit.
Okay.
Should. This is all a should.
Yeah, this area is mostly right where the path ends, and then it starts to dip dramatically the further you go into it.
Yeah, I want to try to get it up, because this, what it looks like to me, is the artist showing that it's a sheer drop. I want to try to get it over to here, because I could shoot up to there, up to the top there, get it stuck, and then now we have an anchor point to climb up.
Okay.
So, don't know what you want me rolling for that. That's a up to you thing.
Why don't we just do a... Blah, 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 blah. You're shooting it?
Yep, tying an arrow. I'm tying a rope to my arrow, and making a makeshift like grappling hook.
Okay. What's your normal, like, what's your, are you dexterity based or?
Yes. My attack for a longbow is +7.
Okay, go ahead and just make a attack roll then.
Cool. Was that at advantage, disadvantage, normal roll?
Just do normal since you're familiar
Cool.
with this area.
Awesome. I didn't want to touch my die in case. So that is a 21.
Okay. You're able to get the arrow into the side, right
Awesome.
where the hillside is, above the rock wall, where it starts to go downward.
All right. Do a little tug. Make sure that it will hold weight. And if it falls back down, then I'm gonna just try it again.
An arrow fired into a rock wall through a storm to hold the weight of someone tucking.
Yes, but I'm also not that heavy. This is D&D. We have magic.
So what are you gonna do?
I'm going to untie myself from this rope of climbing and tell them that I have a way up.
Okay.
I will now climb up my rope.
Okay.
You will leave the club of riding of the rope of climbing to climb a rope.
Yes, because they are using the rope of climbing. My character has a 10 intelligence. We all make stupid decisions under pressure.
Well, I get to make a stupid decision too. With an 18 intelligence.
Yay! Yes, I would like to climb up the rope. I don't know what you want me to roll for that either.
What is everyone else doing?
Flick is gonna pull her armor hood fully up over her face, completely sealing in best she can, taking a deep breath. She's going to, not as a ritual, but with a spell slot, so she doesn't have to wait, cast Detect Magic. And so anything within a 30-foot range of Flick, she'll be able to detect magic and what's causing it. Is there anything she can detect from where she is?
Rope.
Other than the rope. Probably not on this side.
You guys can come up my rope too.
Nina probably would follow because she said she had to get closer, and you said, I can solve that. So,
Is it a good solution? Who knows? Is it a solution? Yep.
Okay. So you
Wait.
What-
So he used the rope of climbing to
no, nope, different rope.
Different
Okay.
rope.
just a regular rope.
Yep.
Flick, how far does your...
It's a 30-foot radius from Flick.
Okay.
I don't know if I can do...
You
Oh, I can, actually. 30-foot circle. Do orange. There. You should be able to see that, DM.
Oh, yes. Okay. You sense or you see glimmerings in the storm amidst you of magic and arcane, but it all seems to be around your teammates. You don't see anything beyond that. You see a couple things, some questionable things at Liam's side and Nina, but nothing
already know
outside
they're
of that.
I mean, we're the most questionable people in town, let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
So, nothing else of interest. Flick's gonna, let out a breath, taking a big, deep, slow breath, hold up 3 fingers, and she's gonna take off running.
Have fun, don't drown.
You launching yourself into the quarry?
Yeah, she's taking off running. Basically, she has a lot of heavy metal. She's running along the floor, through the water.
Okay.
I have 3 minutes, and I can cover a lot of ground.
Okay. The quarry is deep. It has been dug out downwards. It has taken on a lot of water at this point, and you are wearing a lot of metal. You also have your bonus to your movement. I would say you're basically going to be swimming through it. What's your swim speed?
I don't have a specific swim speed, but I was hoping to be able to, heavyweight walk along the floor.
If you don't have a swim speed, then your swim speed is half of your movement speed. Same with
Okay.
climbing.
So 17 feet.
Okay.
Plus dashing, plus cat movement.
Okay. Plus torrential rain and wind that is pressing against you.
I mean, if they're underwater, they're not going to feel the rain and the wind. Just water current.
This is not natural water. It's not a natural pool of water.
Are we about to fight something that's in this pool of water?
You push forward and you push forward. Nina and Liam, what are you guys doing?
Nina's following 3, trying to climb up his rope.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure the rope of climbing is longer than my rope, so if Nina gets to the top, Liam can just.
Yeah, she hasn't untied herself from Liam's rope of
That's what I'm
climbing yet.
thinking too. That's why I asked, like, was it the rope of climbing?
No,
It's not. So we're still tied together with that. He used his others. Yeah.
I know that he used the rope the other time, but I'm saying that's why I asked at that point if it was rope of
Sure.
climbing.
Nah.
Liam is just going to. How high is the water now?
Where you guys are at, still at the lip there, it's probably at about 4 feet, or 4.5 feet up to you guys.
Oh no.
Crap.
Got a head. It's like at my shoulders.
I am wading slowly towards Nina.
Towards where?
Towards Nina.
Okay. Okay, so you guys are basically going to try and shimmy your way up that rope as well towards 3.
If you want, Nina, you can just hold onto the rope, and when I get up there, I can pull the rope up.
I think she's too panicked, really. She doesn't
Okay.
like water, doesn't want to be in the water. So she'll try to climb as much as she can, also because
Alright.
Liam's down there too.
And because we're. This feels like a thing that a parent would say. When I went to school, there was a torrential downpour. I had to climb up a rope. I'm handled both ways.
A 0. Charging straight forward.
So I'm just gonna roll athletics to climb now.
Okay.
Okay, that's not a bad number. 4
I got a 9.
plus 15 is 19. That's the correct number.
Okay. Yeah, you are able to get to the other side.
Awesome. Nina, don't fall. Well, if you fall, you have water to land in.
Yeah. Nina, make me an athletics check.
This is the DMs. Everybody's going to die.
Maybe you'll be able to run Spelljammer a little sooner than you thought.
A 6. Another 6.
Another 6. Oof.
And Liam,
Am I rolling?
athletics.
Are you climbing with us, or are you waiting for Nina to get to the top?
I'm with you guys, and then as Nina gets to the top, I'll use the rope to get me the rest of the way. But
Cool.
athletics.
Would it have been smarter to use the rope of climbing? Absolutely. But that's your magic item, not mine.
Okay.
Yeah, put your hands in her hands, because just got a 1.
So,
Jeez.
Nina, as you are climbing,
Hanging in the air.
your muscles are just exhausted and they're shaking, and you fucking hate being wet. This is way outside of your realm, and you are just trying to climb your way and prove yourself. You hear the slight cackling be in like near you, and you're just climbing hand over hand, and you're sliding and you're trying, and you feel a tug below you, and you grip it tightly, your eyes wide, and you look down and you see Liam has lost grip on the rope, and the current is dragging him downward. And you look up towards 3 with wide eyes, and you open your mouth to call out to them, and then you are dragged along with them. And both of them are carried away in the current. 3, you are left at the top as you've just watched 2 of your teammates be swept away in the current. Flick.
I don't know how fast you'll let me get. Flick is determined to get some kind of reading on whatever's going on out here.
Okay. You are able to press forward. It is very difficult. You are taxing all of your energy to do so. But I'm going to say you can probably get to about, we'll say about there. So not quite to the wall. The water under here, even though you are under the water feels like you're just hitting a wall. This water is just pushing towards you. Like the source of the storm is coming from the wall of that cliffside, and you are struggling so hard to press against it. Do you want to keep moving forward?
Yes.
All right.
I have an escape plan if I absolutely have to.
Okay. Make me an athletics check at disadvantage.
What do you guys want me to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. I got a 15.
15? Okay.
16 and an 18, but I have a -1 to athletics.
Okay. Okay. You are able to press a little bit more forward. You are starting to feel pieces of clothing that are on you starting to peel away. The fur on you, the hair on you, you're feeling it starting, just little pieces of it. Your skin, even though you are fur covered, is raw as you are
Covered
pressing
and
against
completely
this.
covered in armor.
Yeah.
Every inch.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Which
she
is
wouldn't
also
be...
dragging you backwards.
I mean, it's also resisting some of the current because of the weight.
All right.
Scuba cat.
So,
I
cutting
want to
from
get
there.
close to hopefully detect something with magic.
All right.
This is sheer force of will at this point. At this point, it's also, sunk cost fallacy on Flick's part. She put up a lot of bravado back there, and now she's trying to back it up.
Okay.
I want you all to know that if we survive this, 3 is going to fucking shout your ears off of how he fucking told you so.
Okay. At this point, is this a concentration spell, or is this just up?
Detect magic? I think it's just up. Oh, it is concentration. Up to 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Go
my breath will give out before then.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Save. I actually do fairly well on those.
Good.
Dirty 20.
Wonderful.
I have a +5 to con saves.
Through sheer force of will, you somehow manage to get just far enough that your detect magic hits the cliff side of the wall, just the edge of it. And you still, you sense remnants of something familiar, something that you scooped up previously and destroyed with quick thinking. Seems very familiar to that, but scattered and no longer formed. And that's about all you've got.
Is there any way we could think of to, from what we know, maybe stop it? Is there something that could be destroyed if there's remnants of magic?
Make me an Arcana check.
I'm really starting to think that this town is just fucked until the storm stops.
19.
Yep.
I don't think this is a natural storm. That's the thing.
You would remember from your studies, once something like this has been initiated, there's only one thing you can think of to stop it, aside from letting it run its course.
Blood sacrifice.
Don't say that. Don't smile like that.
Something far
For the-
beyond what you can do, and that you've only heard of in tales.
What is that thing?
A powerful spell that has only been talked of in legends. Very few have ever
Is it witch?
been able to obtain it. Becomes so powerful to be able to cast it.
Talking about it running its course, would I know how long that would be? Any idea of what this would do from this state?
From what you know of these objects, of these orbs, it depends on everyone. How it was built, who built it, how long it remained within its power source before it was released. Without knowing how it was created, you have no idea to know how long it'll last. However, you remember that most of them don't last more than a couple days.
Oh god.
Couple of days.
Well, I don't
Goodbye,
think
red large.
probably not going to manage much more down here then.
So, just gonna say it. This is because we're here, and we fucked with the cult, isn't it?
This is definitely that guy that got away on the shark.
Oh, I'm gonna kill him.
Well, we've seen that the current is washing people away. So Flick is just going to, I guess, buffer herself with the shields, make herself as small a target as possible, and try to ride the current back and out.
Yes.
We know what
Alright.
it is, though. That was the goal for this.
Yep. So you curl up into a ball, drawing your shield around you, knowing that debris is just as dangerous. Whirlpools, down currents, just as dangerous. And you let the current immediately drive you back the way you had just come. And you drift backwards towards the entrance. 3. From your vantage point, you have just watched 2 of your teammates be washed away and
Give him a
disappear.
second. He's fucking grieving.
We're not dead yet.
Disappear beneath the dark waters that are quickly moving.
On that note, while we're going, sorry. Can Liam see anything that like he can throw the rope on to grab them onto?
I'm gonna say no. I'm not even gonna make you roll disadvantage because you're in floodwaters, and you rolled a fucking 1.
The undertow.
I'm gonna say no.
The undertow.
So you are going, just tumbling end over end. You've got the rope still around you that every now and then you feel it go taut before it gets loose again, and then it goes taut again. Nina, what are you doing? You are also being dragged along here in the water.
struggling to stay above water so she can breathe and kind of focusing on that. I had the afterthought to try and Misty Step up to 3, but that's so far gone at this point. So she's just looking for something to breathe it, like hold on to float or staying above water.
Okay. Liam, you have the rope. You have the end of the rope as you're turning end over end. You're trying to look for something to brace it to?
Yeah.
Okay.
The movement.
I'll say you can throw it out just at random to see if you can find something. Are you dexterity based?
Yeah.
Make just a straight dexterity check.
A 9.
Okay. You throw the rope out and just, as you put your arm out and just say in your mind, find something. You hit you hit something solid and it knocks the breath out of you.
Oh.
And you feel a rib actually snap on you as you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
Only 2? That's fucking generous.
I know.
That's my
That shit hurts.
my rib snap there.
Just one.
Does that do anything to me? Because I'm also tied to like the other end of this. Do I get?
Liam, you feel this and you get caught up on this log. Nina, you are just tumbling. You feel this drawn down as you're being pulled with the water. You feel something suction you downward, but you seem to just kind of go over it. And then suddenly the rope pulls taut and the water continues to pull at you. Liam, you feel this tug pulling you forward and you're already struggling to breathe through the pain. And now this rope is pulling further. What are you doing in this moment?
So, I'm sorry, what is the rope on something?
As far as you know, it was last connected to Nina. You're not sure if it connected to anything else.
Am I on a log at least?
You are, at the moment, you are like half wrapped around a big tree.
Does the tree look like it's solidly based, like it's not going to keep going?
Correct, yeah. It seems like it was kind of half at an angle and you have hit it.
I'm gonna look around for Nina.
Okay,
Right.
You are under the water.
Crap. I'm underwater. I'm holding on to the tree, but I'm underwater.
Yes.
Can I get above water?
You want to try and climb like up the tree?
Yeah.
Okay. Make an athletic. Athletics.
No, I'm gonna use a different die.
What I wouldn't give for the message cantrip right now.
Or sending
Honestly,
stones. Or
I put sending
anything.
stones on my shopping list.
Natural 20.
Okay.
Nice.
So that's a 22.
With the pain, the searing, sharp pain in your side, and half of your breath being lost after slamming into this, the rope tugging against you. You have one arm wrapped around this base of this tree and the other one on the rope that you know Nina is at the end of. And you just lift your head, the water rushing past you, and you just start to climb up this tree. and make your way up it, and you are able to pull, dragging Nina along with you, and you somehow you feel this gust. The water around you suddenly seems to stop, almost as if like you've been put in a bubble. And suddenly everything seems lighter, and almost like there's this breeze that helps push you upwards. And you climb a little faster, a little easier. Compared to what you were dealing with, this is like a baby climbing. Easy, easy, easy. And you are able to take your first deep breath of air as you break through the water. You find branches along the edge and pull further up this tree. And Nina, you feel yourself dragged along, and you, despite the odds of this water like thrashing against you, you feel this tree along your side, and you grip onto it and start pulling yourself as well as you're dragged up it, and you break free of the water, and you see Liam now facing you, turn towards you, pulling the rope, and reaches down a hand to pull you up out of the water.
I'll take it immediately and then cling to the tree.
I'm gonna tie some of the rope slide that we have onto the tree, just so that we have like some solid base. I'm just gonna look at it and like just give her a panic look. Like, are we gonna be okay? Because at this point, Liam doesn't even know.
I can hate water. This is not how I want to die.
Rowan?
Get back to Rowan with Kippen.
You were starting to head south?
I believe it was like southwest, towards where Belleville had drifted off.
Okay. So you're not having to fight too much against the water. It's mostly moving west. So you're every now and then you'll kind of drift with it a little bit. The water is now, how tall are you?
5'8".
Okay. So it's definitely at your chest. And you kind of drift about down to here, and you see a stall that is half leant on its side. The front ends, the posts are just kind of splayed backwards, and the cloth part that was the top is almost acted like a catcher net. And you see Valivo there on your shield, just inside this almost netting, looking completely panicked, but gripping onto your shield for life.
I'll wade up to him and say, "Oh, Valivo, I appreciate you grabbing that for me, but can I help you to safety so I can have that back?"
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Why is this happening? This shouldn't be happening. We don't have turrets. We had a wave. We had a turret to wave. This is a hurricane. He is completely panicking.
How tall is he?
Like 3'2".
Okay, so I'm gonna walk up and just pick him up and throw him over my shoulder like a fireman carry style, whether he likes it or not. And then grab my shield, and I'm gonna start walking back towards where Kippen was.
Okay. All right. Make me athletics check, because you're going to be heading against the current a bit here.
Okay, so with disadvantage?
Yes.
Yeah, athletic. 7.
Okay. You make it a little ways before a gust of wind and water throws you sideways, and you fall into the water a bit, and you feel your grip on Valivo slide off of you. You're able to grab him, but he is being pulled along the current.
I will attempt to muster my strength to kind of pull him back towards me.
Okay, make a straight strength check.
30. No, that's 21.
Okay.
21.
Yeah, you easily pull Valivo back towards you. At this point, their glasses have been completely swept off their face. Half of their shirt has been ripped off by debris that has hit them. And as you pull them towards you, they kind of clamber up around you and they wrap their legs around your chest. Their arms are basically around your neck and they are just gripping.
I'll just say, good, just hang on tight, and then continue to try to chug back towards Kippen.
As you make your way back towards Kippen, towards where you know them to be, you see the torrent of rain and water. You hear cries off in the distance. Nothing like it used to be. It seems to have come down some, whether by drowning out of the rain or drowning of the voices. What you can hear is the steady mumbling of Valivo's voice next to your ear. Bodies. They all died. So many of them. So many friends. They're just... All the bodies, they're just floating away. Never again, never. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. And that's where we're gonna end for tonight.
I love ending on cliffhangers like this, though.
We're gonna die.
We're all gonna die. Insane.
Rolling a backup character just in case. Not that I don't already have like a ton, but
Is it gonna be?
This was my backup character.
I lose Liam. I really want to like see his story through.
Here's the thing. 3 is safe.
yeah, 3's the safe one right now.
The
Like,
dice
so we made
giveth and the dice taketh.
because of his fucking flaws. He's about to not be.
This was.
Yeah, that's me.
What is his flaw in this case? 3.
Oh, he's
Caring
good.
about people.
Not really. There's more to that, but I rolled because I was having a tough time deciding what to do next, and he's 100% diving in after you two.
Shit.
I mean, they probably need it more than Flick does. Last thing he saw was Flick just walking into the water.
Yeah, you're fine. You're whatever. It's fine.
Flick's done stupider stuff, probably.
Well, this was a fun session, guys. Thank you.
Was it?
It was! I mean, it was definitely different from what we normally do.
So, all in favor, if we live, going to kick that cult's ass, raise your hand.
Again? Of course.
We definitely need to like level up or something.
We need to kick their shit in and do it efficiently.
I
I
don't
mean,
think leveling up gets me that much at 6.
Well, by leveling up, I don't just mean like our natural levels. I mean like we need shit. Like better gear.
Yeah.
if
better
you
everything.
if you're
You guys
if
just
the party,
went through 2 shopping episodes.
I mean, all the good shit I got, I didn't buy. I picked it up from corpses.
Because we went through 2 shopping episodes, is this why you destroyed all the shops?
No, that literally, it. I swear to you that was a chance roll on whether or not there would be retaliation.
So,
Well, now there's more
if the party
retaliation.
is willing to be patient, Flick has the capability of systematically, piece by piece, caving in the entire underground area. They will never come back out that way.
I think we should really push towards getting to Belliard and
Yeah.
for better
We gotta,
stuff.
we gotta get the refugees someplace.
Oh
Yeah.
no, it's a trail of tears.
Let's try to survive this and get ourselves to like somewhere else, and then like come back for the water cult. But for now, let's try to figure out how to survive this typhoon.
I have a great idea. Leave.
That's the epitome of King of the Hill, where we just keep
Yeah.
going at each other, just like, no, I'm on top.
Just
All
a
right.
fantastic idea. We could leave.
Flick's just gonna ping pong all her way underwater until she's somewhere she can stand up.
You guys
I
did
mean-
great. I know that was a lot.
So when
No, that was
You did a
good.
really good job storytelling it though, and
Ugh.
playing that out, like building the suspense, and I don't know, very
The whole-
very good
To be
job
fair,
done.
the whole time, the last time we decided to go back, the DM had her head down the whole time.
so
But I saw you lift your head to say something like twice that whole time.
so
I don't feel so bad because I at least have interacted with Kippen twice now, so you know.
I have one very serious concern at this point, aside from Liam surviving. Where's Pell?
We don't know.
Part of the
Yeah.
story, we got to find out.
Ah,
Flick
I
did.
swear to God, my fucking Warhammer, I just.
You need a new weapon.
I had Flick do everything I could think of that she would think of to try to help people.
No, I mean you guys did you did some good things like that. Basically in save mode and stuff, and then trying to figure out what's going on.
I would also like to point out that this is the second time my character has suggested that we retreat or don't go towards the danger. And something bad has happened because we ignored it!
Well, you didn't die this time.
Yet!
Something
We
something
did
bad didn't.
kill a couple of things though. Did we get some XP for that?
Yeah,
So-
I'm gonna give that to you next time though.
Okay.
3.
'cause-
Something bad didn't happen because we went towards it. It was already happening, the bad thing, and we wanted to know what it was.
can we get 5,000 experience?
We survived.
No.
We're not. We haven't survived it yet. We might drown and it won't matter.
I sent one of these things to the astral plane and figured out what the other one was.
I just run
Yeah.
at things willy nilly. That's.
I was kind of passively hoping one would pop up next to Flick, so I could just dump an absurd amount of lightning damage into it at point blank range.
All right. Well, I gotta head off and
Yeah.
get dinner. It was great, guys.
Good
Well,
job, guys.
See you again in 2 weeks.
Yay.
Can
Oh yeah.
Should be good.